Here we go. Yo,
What it do, Nate?
what does it do? It
The
does.
age-old question.
It does hit the wrong button to bring up our podcast view.
Yeah, that was a nice little shot of your board there. Can we see that again?
Unintentional, but
Uh,
nothing much. Just a
Oh,
out of
sweet.
focus, crooked picture of my console. It's all good.
yeah, that's cool.
Yeah. So
Luckily, it's a cool-looking board. and
luckily,
so
yeah,
any shot of it is pretty sweet.
that is true.
Luckily.
So Brandon,
Yes,
how does it be?
it's hot in LA,
Yeah.
especially in a tiny house with no air conditioning.
Yeah,
Um,
I'm looking forward to some fireworks tonight. Not just from your dope fire mix, but from outside your windows.
Oh yeah.
Should be cool.
Oh yeah, but last week was a strong fireworks night, right?
Yeah, that was like 4th of July 2 Electric Boogaloo.
Yeah, yeah, it might happen tonight, man.
Yeah, we'll see.
We'll see.
So we're working on tonight. We're gonna work on the new Wiesel song,
Mhm.
Talking Heads. Wiesel does Talking Heads.
Yes.
And you finished tracking it, right? And
Yes. It's all done being recorded.
we got a new organ part on it that Brandon played today. I've not heard yet. I'm really excited to hear that. And you're kind of gonna walk us through your mix process, right?
Yeah, we so all the instruments and all the parts are done being recorded. So the next step is to mix it.
Awesome.
So we're gonna mix the song, and yeah, we'll do it here together on the stream, and we'll be doing like the actual mix of the song.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
not even as just like a hypothetical demonstration. Like we're actually gonna mix
Yeah.
the finished product tonight.
Nice. Yeah, that's awesome. I'm excited because, me and Brandon's process for mixing is just we approach things differently, and I always learn things from watching Brandon. So if there's any producers or engineers out there watching, get your pens and pencils out, screenshot whatever you can. Brandon's got a really fun way of mixing music, and I for one am excited for it. I always learn something from Brandon, so
Sweet, man.
should be
Good.
should
Yeah.
be awesome.
Yeah. I hope you do tonight. I hope so.
I'm sure. Even just kind of you walking us through like what your like plug-in situation was, like that was even just really fun. Like that tape machine thing you had last week was super cool and really interesting.
Yeah, we're gonna use that tonight at least twice, I think. So
Nice.
yeah, we'll get into it. I'll try my best to keep the pace moving, because one of the way that I mix has changed a lot over the years.
Mm-hmm.
I like it's always changing and always evolving. I think I don't mix now the way that I did years ago.
Yeah.
But one of the rules that I have for myself these days is to actually move quickly
Yeah.
on purpose.
Yeah.
And so I'll do my best to keep it moving, but also not just blow by anything and just do something without explaining it and
Totally.
making it clear what's happening.
Totally. Yeah. I imagine if we're doing like a bottom up kind of approach to a mix, I think every facet of what you do will probably be worth talking about or explaining to people. You know,
Okay.
like you said, I mean, not to slow things down too much or anything, but because you are gonna mix and finish the song tonight, ideally. But yeah, this kind of stuff, getting to like watch someone like work through a whole mix is just like it's really fun. It's cool.
And it's pretty rare too.
Yeah, yeah,
It's like a beginning to end, unedited, uninterrupted, like just somebody showing that is it's pretty rare. I don't think I've ever seen it on YouTube or anything like that. Like there's always a curated, edited,
mm-hmm.
put together version of a particular lesson that somebody's giving, which is awesome, which is amazing. I watch those things all the time just for myself, but
Yeah,
yeah, like beginning to end without any edits
Yeah.
is pretty hard to find.
if anyone watching notices I'm a little distracted, I'm it's me and my dog here tonight, and my dog is a 1-year-old little puppy who has a lot of energy, even after 4 weed chewies that I gave him. Not actual weed chewies, holy shit! They're like dog hemp treats. They're 4 dogs. I'm about to like get publicly shamed, but yeah, suggested serving size, all that. He's fine, but he's got a lot of energy, and you'll see him on the stream. You can kind of see him down here. He'll jump in my lap at some point, I'm sure.
What's his name?
Elton. Hence the Elton John EP earlier this year. We were just, me and my girlfriend were just in like this Elton John like phase, and we were like, and then I started doing the Elton John EP with Brandon and Sam, and then we decided. All that was kind of during the time while we got this dog, and it's been fun. He's a little terror, but it's fun.
Yeah.
Cool.
He's cute. I look forward to meeting him in person one day.
You will. You definitely
out in
will.
Nashville.
Next time we're out in California, like we're definitely bringing him, because I have to take him to the beach.
Sweet.
Like it's not fair not to.
Yeah,
I got to take him to Morro Bay or Avila or something.
Just start running. I love that look on dogs' faces when they're like let loose on a beach.
Mm-hmm.
They just can't believe it. They're like,
Yeah,
they can't believe that it's real.
Yeah, he has no concept
running.
of beach, so
They're so happy.
yeah. Oh, we got someone in the chat already. Not Lady Echo says hi.
Okay. I wonder who it is. The only thing that I know is that it's not Lady Echo.
Yeah, exactly. This person says, I'm ready to learn. I make ska, so what y'all teach should line up.
Oh, nice.
Yeah,
Mixing ska. Okay.
I'm sure you could take a lot away from this. I have no doubt.
Yeah, no, and that's a really good point. I'm glad that you did mention that you mix ska, because even though what we're mixing here is stylistically is roots reggae, a lot of it will be relevant to ska, but I'm glad that you brought it up, because a lot of the way that we're going to mix this tonight is specific to Jamaican music.
Yeah.
So a lot of the techniques wouldn't necessarily be done the same way if you're mixing rock or metal or hip hop, and there are entire mixing techniques that are like really fundamental about mixing rock or hip hop or other styles that we are like not gonna do at all in this song.
Yeah.
because it's a Jamaican style. So but this is good info if you're making ska. So that's cool.
Yep. Well, so what's the state of the song? Where do we begin? This song you just finished tracking today?
Yes. Yeah. Cool. So I had all the tracks recorded for this for a long time, and the only thing left to record today was the organ part, which I'll show you. But Nate,
yes,
we actually have a business item to take care of before we get into our song.
What could you be referring? I have no idea what you're talking about, Brandon. What is this? Any kind of business-related thing like that? It sounds like something we could have done all week or gotten out of the way like days ago. But
Yeah, we
since
probably could have.
we're live streaming, I don't know what it could possibly be that we'll have to do right now.
Yeah. No. Okay. So we specifically saved this because we wanted to do this on the stream just because we thought it would be fun. So
We specifically saved this, and I explicitly forgot we were doing this.
you forgot on purpose?
No, I just
you don't want
no. I'm down to do it. It completely slipped my mind. So this will be fun.
Okay. So let's see. Let me pull it up on my phone.
If it's not obvious, we're not working from any outlines here. We're
yeah, straight winging it.
Straight winging it.
So basically, we've been contacted by a nice person whose name is Stefan, who works on at a radio station that's based in northern France. There's Nate's mixer.
Sorry.
No, it's okay.
Stupid.
There's a radio station in northern France, and they want us to record one of those things like, hey, it's Wiseout. Hi, I'm Black Market. You're listening to Northern French radio station.
Which is cool.
Yay.
Very cool.
Yeah. So, so we're going to do that. We're going to record it right now before we mix this song.
Yeah. I got
because
this.
We're going to do it in French.
Go ahead.
So this is what's going to make it fun. We're going to do it in French. And Nate, I think you should tell the people a little bit about like your relationship with foreign languages and like how you are.
My relationship with foreign languages is poor. It's a poor anybody that knows me knows I lived in Spain for a year, so I studied really hard to learn Spanish leading up to that year, and I practiced it all the time. Growing up in California, it's something I should have learned to do way before my 20s. Never did. But as soon as I got back to the United States and was out of practice for more than I don't know, a couple of months, it's like all gone. Like I kind of pick stuff up every once in a while, but like for the most part, it's all gone. And like even I know French and Spanish, just like the Latin languages, they kind of share stuff. Not for me. I don't know how to speak French. So when I got this email from this guy in France who wants us to do this, my first thought was like, okay, I can't, but Brandon can probably speak French, so I'm going to ask Brandon, and then we'll do it.
I have like been a language nerd ever since I was a little kid. It's just like language. It's just a thing that I love. Can't get enough of. And my grandma is from France, and I have a lot of cousins. Well, not a lot. Two cousins and a great aunt and great uncle who lived in France. I've been visiting France since I was like 5 years old. I've been there like 6 times.
Yeah.
So I've got some family background with the French. I'm okay at it. I'm not fluent. I can't like have an in-depth, like deep conversation about life in French. I can't do that at all. But I could like, I can like go to France and I don't need to use English and I can do basic shit.
Yeah.
I'm okay. I'm okay with it.
Croissants and such or whatever.
Yeah, I could
whatever
get a
you do there.
That's all you really need to do.
A croissant.
Wow. Okay. This is going to go well. I can already tell. So let's record this thing here. Let me pull up a session. Do you want me to record it or do you want to record it?
If you have it ready, I would say you do it. I don't have anything ready to do it quite yet, but
Okay. So let's see here. Let's pull this S up. So we need that email of like the little stinger, the little thing that he wants us to say.
Let me hop on my Gmail and grab that.
Let's see. So it's called Altaro Radio.
Yes. Okay.
I'm so excited to do this, you guys.
So he says something simple, a short presentation. He says artist name, musical style, city, ending with the message. This is where you step in.
Vous écoutez les nouveautés de la radio.
See, this is why I called you. This is why you.
I don't know what that word means. Nouveauté. It's you're listening to the like the new stuff on the radio.
Chat, help us out here. I'm gonna post.
I'll put it in Google Translate. But novelties, radio novelties.
Oh.
You're listening to radio novelties. Vous écoutez les nouveautés de la radio. Okay.
So how do
so
we do
excited.
this? We do. Are we gonna say hi? I'm Black Market and Wise Owl in French, or are we just gonna say that?
Okay, so we could. All right, so we need a salutation, right? Like,
Right.
what up? Hey there, right? And I mean, we could say what's up in English. That would be cool. And then each one of us says, "I'm Wise Owl. I'm Black Market." I'll teach you how to say that.
Okay.
And then we say, we're from California. We play reggae and dub. Oh, here's what would be cool. What if I say, like, we're from California and we play reggae, and then you go, and dub, or something like that.
Yeah, that would be cool.
Because your delay sounds cooler, I think, for that.
Okay.
And then that's it. We said artist name, musical style, city. We're not gonna say city. We're just gonna say that we're from California.
In
Right.
dub.
See, that sounds so sick.
That's
Probably need a shorter tail,
Yeah.
but
in
sounds
dub.
really
In
good.
dub. It sounds like I'm saying in dub.
Inda.
Inda.
That's pretty sweet.
Yeah.
Okay. So, what should our salutation be? Should it be hello? Should it be, all right, what's up?
Sure.
I'm hearing a slap. Am I coming out of your speakers in your room?
No, you're not.
Ah. No.
My dog's got me so frazzled tonight. It sucks.
Oh, really?
It's okay.
That Elton thing?
Yeah. Once you start once you start mixing a little bit, we listen through, I'll go grab them. It's fine.
Maybe you should eat one of those doggy hemp treats, and it would calm your nerves.
Yeah, probably.
Okay. I need to get my input going for you.
All right.
Let's see. Wait, talk so I can see where your voice is hitting my dealie.
Yellow. It's Nate. This is Black Market. We're from California. Or they probably think we all are like from Texas in France. So, howdy,
Ooh.
y'all. This is Black Market.
Hurt the dirt the nerve. Let's see. If I wanted to. Okay. Let me show what I'm doing. I gotta route a thing. How am I gonna do this? To zoom. To stream. How the F? I gotta route a thing to get your voice into my dealie.
Mm.
So here's a little peek behind the hood. Here's all the little things that we got going on.
Yeah, this is all the stuff we have to do to make this work.
7 and 8. No, that's me. And then you talk?
Hello, hello, hello. Black Market here. On the French radio. That's us. That's what
here
you're
we go.
listening to.
Oh, it's hitting channel 9 and
On
channel
the radio.
10.
We are
9 and 10 out of 69.
Black,
and 10.
market. It's a heavy spring on that delay. Oh, they're saying we can always rip and trim the radio spot from the live stream. That's what someone said in the chat. That is true.
Oh,
that is true.
Yeah.
We could do that.
That's a good idea.
That probably wouldn't be that hard, actually.
I think I got it. I think I got it figured out. So this is mix 5 and 6. Oh, I hope I don't destroy something. Can you still hear me in both ears?
I can hear you in the right ear.
Okay, so I can't change that.
Okay.
Now you can hear me in both ears, right?
Yes, correct.
Okay, I can't change that.
Oh, we've got Groove Stranger in the chat. John Roy's in the chat.
Yeah.
Presuming not Lady Echo is going to suffer through this terrible French to learn something about mixing.
I wonder who not Lady Stranger is.
I don't know.
Such a
Or not
mystery.
Lady Echo. Sorry, I'm
Or
getting
Echo.
my Groove Stranger and Lady Echo's confused.
Such a mystery. Let's see. How can I get you in? Oh, I know. I know. Okay, talk.
Hello, hello, hello. Black Market is here on the stream.
One more time.
Hello, hello, hello. This is how we do it. Cha-cha-cha. Testing, testing.
Bit more.
La 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 la. I hope someone just tunes in right now while I'm going la 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 la.
Okay. Okay, so I'm gonna take a little pass here. Just do like
Okay.
do my side of it.
All right.
So I'm gonna say, "What's up?"
I can always record. I guess I could record my stuff on Reaper myself if that's easier for you, and then you can just send me yours.
Okay. If I haven't just figured it out, then
Okay.
that's what we'll do.
Yeah.
This made perfect sense to me in my head before we started streaming this. But
It's okay.
Okay, what's up? Je suis wise owl.
Je suis Black Market. Is that what I'm supposed to say?
Yes. Okay. What's up? What's up? Je suis wise owl.
What's up? Je suis Black Market.
Dude, yeah, that's
Okay.
really good.
Okay.
And then
I know
I'll
you're not
do-
recording mine yet, but
Yeah. No, it's okay. This is good practice. You sound so French.
Je suis.
And then I'll say, nous sommes de Californie. Nous sommes de Californie. Nous jouons du reggae. And then you say, et du dub.
Et du dub.
Exactly. Okay, we'll grab that one in a second.
Okay, so I
And
gotta
then-
remember Je suis Black Market et tu dub.
Et
Et
du
du
dub.
dub. Okay.
Okay, and then I'm gonna put in. Vous écoutez. Wait, okay, les nouveautés. Vous écoutez les nouveautés de la radio.
Okay.
Les nouveautés. Vous écoutez les nouveautés de la radio. Okay. So we're going to clip that out. Clippity clip. Snippity snip.
Yeah, that was a good one.
Nice, right?
Mm-hmm.
What's up? What's up? Je suis wise owl. There it is. I sound so Californian.
Yeah, you
It's
did.
perfect.
Yeah, it's gonna make perfect sense when they hear the rest. They're gonna be like,
Right.
"Oh,
It's really good.
jeez."
And then I'll do. No, it's okay. This is. You sound so French. I sound California. You sound French. You sound... And they'll say, nous sommes de Californie. Okay. Nous sommes de Californie. Nous sommes de Californie. Nous jouons du reggae. And then you say, et du dub.
Et du dub.
Okay. What's up? Je suis... I bet you to them this is gonna sound like if somebody was like, "Hello, I am Wazal. I am from France. I play reggae." Like that's what this is gonna sound like to them, probably.
Either way, they're gonna be like, "That was awful."
What's up? Je suis Wazal. Nous sommes de Californie. Okay, we're gonna put you in there in that pocket.
Yeah.
And then. Reggae et de dub. Vous écoutez les nouveautés de la radio.
You sound good.
Thanks, dog.
Yeah.
J'apprécie. Which is a dumb way of saying thanks, dog. Okay.
We got to tune into the show when they air this. I can't wait.
Yeah, it's going to be super tight. Okay, so... I totally have it figured out. I got this.
Okay, cool.
Excuse me. Let me just burp real quick. Wow. Spring return comes in on analog 5.
Internal and external routing. Just wrap your brain around it, folks. It gets confusing.
So then...
Let's see. Who else we got?
Wait.
John Roy's heading out to a practice.
Oh, nice.
He's doing a practice set with his DJ pal. They're doing live dubs together. That's awesome.
Nice.
Long
All
live,
right, man.
John says, long live board tape and Sharpies. I agree.
Have a great gig, my friend.
Yep.
Wait, I'm confused. Okay, so this goes out and it comes back.
I'm gonna get my Reaper session up just in case. So
all right.
If we
that might
that won't be too
help.
hard.
That might help. Because wait,
Yeah.
Oh, there it is. Okay, you might. Well, you will. You're gonna hear yourself coming back to yourself, but we're just gonna have to live with it for a second.
That's okay.
And then it'll work. So first one is Je suis black market.
Je suis black market.
And put in a. You have to say and I am. So Je suis black market.
Okay, got it. Je suis black market.
That's so tight.
Okay. Je suis black market.
Yes. I love it. I feel like I'm like dreaming right now. Like, dude, I had a dream where we were on the radio, but we were French.
What?
Yeah.
This is just straight up serendipity then.
Yeah. This is very surreal. What's up? Je suis Wise Al.
Je suis black market.
Yes. I hope you're having as much fun as I am.
This is great.
Yeah.
You should probably clip down mine. It sounds a little bit louder.
Okay. I hope anybody in the chat cares about this or is having any kind of fun.
I love we're like, it's going to be great. We're going to mix a song. It's going to be so sick. Actually, we're recording something in French.
Yeah. What's up? Je suis Wise Al.
Je suis black market.
Nous sommes de Californie. Nous jouons du reggae. Okay, pause there. I gotta make that. Edit this. Make myself sound like I can talk better than I really can. De Californie. Nous jouons du reggae. Okay, take some of the end.
I'll have to link them to this
Jouons
video.
du reggae. Sorry, what?
I'll have to link these people to this video.
You're right. I had a thought too that would be really funny if they're like, "Oh, that's cool. Just record it in English and just send it to us."
Black market.
Nous sommes de Californie. Nous jouons du reggae. Okay, and then now you're gonna do et du dub
Okay.
with a dub drop.
Let me practice.
Edu dub.
There's the
Du reggae.
Edu dub.
I gotta try it again.
Edu
dub. Oh, did we know? Okay. Try it again.
Yeah, we didn't have
Didn't have the delay.
we didn't have dub. Got so many switches to manage. Okay, start recording and okay, et du dub.
Edu
Wait, one more.
Edu
That's super sweet.
Should I make it shorter?
Just like that, except we had the tail of the last dub that was over it.
Oh, gotcha. Okay, we'll do a clean one.
Edu
I love it.
That'll work.
Yes,
That'll do, pig.
that will do, pig.
Yep.
Jouons du reggae.
Edu dub.
Yeah.
All right.
Like, okay, guys. Du reggae.
Edu dub.
Okay, but we're gonna put that over, so we'll clip. We'll like put in a little fade. Vous écoutez les nouveautés de la radio. Jouons du reggae.
Edu dub.
Vous écoutez les nouveautés de la radio. I
That's
think
sick.
maybe a quicker a quicker delay time,
Okay.
so that the payoff of dub happens sooner.
Dub. Like that.
Yeah, but make it less like you're like a Chicano gangster, you know? It's like
Okay.
it's a dub, fool. You play the
That's
dub,
true.
Holmes.
That's true. Okay. All right. Let's see.
Edu dub.
That's tight. A little faster delay time. Try that.
Okay.
Edu dub.
Ooh, that's classic sounding.
Yeah,
I
that
like
was
it.
good.
All right, here we go.
Edu dub.
That's amazing.
Nice.
That's very, very classic sounding. There's your Polly Walnuts laugh.
Yep. Polly Walnuts is on this ad as well.
Mm-hmm. Jouons du reggae.
Edu dub.
Vous
Nice.
Yes.
It's sick. Welcome to the world of black market. Seriously, I've had to do stuff like this a lot. Like
Really?
more than you would think, but never in
Oh.
another language.
Okay. Jouons du reggae.
Edu dub.
Vous écoutez les nouveautés de la radio.
That's sick. It sounds really good.
It does. Sounds mad good. Okay, so there's our thing.
All right, Chad.
Um,
you tell us. Worth the detour? No. Should
Yeah,
we do
yeah,
more?
Vote in the chat. Either never do that again,
Okay. Vote.
or
Either more of this, or we'll do ABBA. Which one? One or the other. We'll do more stuff like this or ABBA. So I don't know. It's up to you. Just saying.
that's pretty funny. Okay, I'm just gonna kind of pass it through a little, just a little light, easy compress, and
Nice.
then if homeboy wants to do something more with it, he can. Be wise up. Okay, let's see how we sound. What's up? Je suis Wise Owl.
Et je suis black market.
Oh, I should probably route this to it. Otherwise, it will make no diff. Brah.
Yep.
What's up? Je suis Wise Al.
Et je suis Black Market.
Nous sommes de Californie. Nous jouons du reggae.
Et du dub.
Vous écoutez les nouveautés de la radio. What's up? I love it.
I do too.
So let's just.
Oh, we got a new subscriber on YouTube.
Oh, yay.
Foodie
Ding, ding, ding.
Punk. Thanks for subscribing, Foodie Punk. If you're
Delicious.
watching still.
It's like, how do I rescind my
Yeah.
subscription?
Oh, man. If you want to...
What's up? Whoops. Sorry.
I was
You
going to say,
do
if you
it.
want to support this kind of ridiculous activity with your wallet, you can go to patreon.com/blackmarketdub. I'll
That's
put
right.
that link in the chat.
And vous pouvez écouter les nouveautés de la radio. Or get a free t-shirt. What's up? Je suis Wise Al.
Et je suis Black Market.
Nous sommes de Californie. Nous jouons du reggae.
Et du dub.
Vous écoutez les nouveautés de la radio. What's up? All right.
Nice.
I'm going to export this crap. Or actually, we can do that later.
Yeah,
We
let's
don't
do
need
it
to
later.
that right now. All right. Well, Nate and family,
Yep.
that was fun.
That was fun. Glad we did that. The remaining people are, I presume, glad.
I'm assuming. And if you are at a radio station in France and you would like a drop of some sort, even if
Or-
it has nothing to do with reggae or with YSL or with Black Market, you just need a drop, you let us know.
Or, if you're in the United States or somewhere where I could, not be coached through speaking it, that would be cool too.
Yeah, it could be like an ad for a supermarket,
Sure.
but as long as it's in French, we will do it.
Okay. Well, it's not really what I said, but yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's it.
All right.
All right. Well, is there anything that we need to handle before we open
No,
up this
that
song?
that was extremely pressing, so I'm glad we took care of that. But no, I think we could get on to the tunage.
All right.
The tunes.
Wait, let me put all my settings back the way that I got them so that when I send things to my Spring Reverb, I don't
It's not gonna
accidentally
explode.
send Nate's voice to it. That would probably be wise. Okay. So, these are my raw tracks for reggae version of the song Heaven by Talking Heads. And everything is dry right now. And the very first thing that we will do is just have a listen through. Just listen through to what we have. And I'm going to actually, on my end, I'm going to get out of the headphones and I'm going to start listening to all of this through my speakers that I have in my room. Here, let me show you. That's my little pointy demonstration cam that I have.
I love it.
I got my speakers here. I am just through experience, I am a believer in that old adage that you shouldn't mix music in headphones.
I'm with you there. I think checking on headphones is a good idea, but yeah, doing your actual creative mix decisions is, not my jam either.
I've just put together so many mixes that sound perfect in headphones and just sound really weak and not exciting
Mm-hmm.
and out of balance when I play them through any kind of speakers, even like nice professional speakers, but also just like in my car
Yeah.
or like on my phone.
Yep.
It just doesn't sound right.
Yep.
And I haven't really had any experiences that go the other way, which is something that I've mixed on speakers. Pretty much every single time that I've listened to that mix in headphones, it's like, yeah, that sounds good.
Have
You know,
you found? I'm just curious because I found this with my stuff or anything
Wait,
I work on.
I'm
Have
gonna
you
go to podcast view because we might end up talking about something
chit
and
chatting?
nerding out on something.
Yeah.
Here.
Have
Okay.
you found that like in-ear headphones, like AirPods or something, have you found those to be more forgiving towards your mixes, or like does it sound bad? Because I think if you the going kind of assumption would be that it just sounds shitty, but for me, I feel like it actually sounds like kind of unreasonably good in a weird way. Like it actually is harder
Yeah.
for me to hear some things I should probably fix as opposed to listening in my car or listening in on actual speakers or listening on like nicer headphones like these or something.
Mm-hmm. So, wait. So you're asking,
Like
yeah. What?
how does your stuff sound to you when you listen on like earpods or something?
Yeah. So, to me, they sound perfectly fine. So I used for a long time I used the wired um, iPhone headphones.
Sure.
Now I use AirPods. The original type of AirPods, not the kind that are like airtight that with the foamy things that stick into your ears. Not that kind, but the kind that just like sits in your ear the traditional way. Um,
Yeah.
and in my experience, Apple does a good enough job at making these headphones that they just sound normal. Like they just
Yeah.
reproduce whatever music you're putting into them. Like,
Look at what my dog brought
to,
me.
oh, nice.
He
Little
ate
shoot up.
half my sandal and brought it straight to me. Thanks, bud.
Did that used to be a normal sandal?
Yes.
Earlier.
Earlier,
Ah.
like earlier in the month, he's been working on this for a while. Every
Yeah,
time
that
I'm
was
not looking,
completely
he's just
destroyed.
like, yeah. Every time I'm not looking, he's like, yes, going to eat some of that.
Yeah. It does look delicious and probably tastes like your foot.
Oh yeah, he loves that.
But I think that Apple headphones. I mean, I am not somebody who like looks down on consumer audio products at all.
Yeah, same.
I like to be practical about it. It's like I don't really understand the point of looking down on the fact that consumers listen to music with consumer audio gear.
Yeah,
Like of fucking course they do. You know? So and I don't have a problem with it that if that's the way that you're listening to the music, then fine. Then that's the way that you're listening to the music, you know?
yeah,
And I honestly am of the opinion that if I can't make the song like enjoyable through a shitty listening equipment, then I don't think that I did a very good job of mixing the song,
same.
you know?
Yeah,
I'm not. So I mean, I'll show you. Like, I'm mixing this in a pristine environment, and I'm making like like very detailed sound decisions, and I do want it to be. Did he just fall?
I'm back.
Oh, okay. Oh, you ripped your headphones off.
Yeah,
But yeah, no, like I get very, very detailed, and I do want to put in things into the mix that that really shine and really like make it so that there is a payoff to listening to it with high quality equipment.
yeah,
But that's not the point. It's just because I would just want it to sound that good.
yeah. And it is nice
yeah.
to have in mind that just like a lot of people are going to listen, most people might listen to your music on Spotify. What they might use to listen to it on Spotify is probably in your headphones, like
Yeah, that's how I
earpods
listen to
or
music.
whatever. Totally, yeah. But yeah, I don't know. It's just interesting because I usually my last step after finishing a mix, I'll like if it's done, usually before I go to bed, I'll find the mix file in my email and I'll just play it in my in-ear headphones at night. And yeah, it's just surprising because they get kind of a bad rap, but at the same time, it's like maybe it's just because we know them so well now because we've all grown up just listening to them constantly, or listening with them constantly. But yeah, it's just been constantly surprising me this year, especially as I've gotten deeper into mastering, where I'm like, wow, these things actually they just have a better reputation or they should have a better reputation than I think they have.
Yeah, I agree with you. It's yeah, they are, especially the ones that are made by Apple. They are higher quality gear than people treat them to be, I think. Yeah. I mean, the real Apple ones are pretty expensive. Like the knockoff brand is like less than half the price.
Yeah.
But in my experience, it actually is. Like that much money's worth of quality is actually in it, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Cool.
So, okay.
Let's
so we're gonna do a listen through. I'm gonna be listening in my room. It's just better. You just get like when you're mixing. You want to make the decisions, the sound decisions, based on the way that the sounds like mix together in the room.
Yeah.
Like just kind of like back up from the speakers, pay attention to the environment, to like what the sound is doing. Like listen to the entire room of sound rather than attempting to listen pristinely just to the source of the sound of what's coming off the speaker. And I think that might be what makes us mix in a strange way when we do it in headphones, is because we're only basing our decisions on the direct sound, and we're not basing the decisions on what happens when the music comes off the speaker and is out here mixing around in the air in the room.
Totally.
You know? Yeah. Okay. So let me make one little change so that you can still hear me now?
Oh yeah.
All right, cool.
I'll be right back too. Give me 1 second.
Okay, handle that dog. We're gonna do. Wait. Oh. Okay. Well, Nate didn't change the view from the podcast view on his end, but he will when he gets back. So we're gonna do a listen through of the dry tracks. This is before anything is done to it.
Everyone is trying to get to the bar. Name of the bar.
So it'll be faded out by that point. We'll have a fade out, and that'll
Nice.
be going. Yeah. So just to go through here individually, let's just look at all of our tracks. So let's see, there's a total of 23, which is really small. This is a pretty small song, pretty small session. There's not a whole lot instrumentally going on. Like
How much is like consolidated, if anything at all?
oh, that's a good point. So things are consolidated. Like for example, this this guitar skank here, right here. What I have in this mix session is just a stereo pair of what used to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 tracks. Yeah, so that's a good point. And there's a few other examples like that.
And were those like your guitar tracks and like the impulse response stuff we went over last week?
Yes.
Nice.
Yes, it is. So this guitar, even though it sounds like it's here, let me turn it up so you can hear it better. Even though it sounds like it's coming out of a guitar amp, it has the reverb and everything. That is just a bone dry guitar that was recorded direct. That wait, was it the last stream or the stream before where I was showing the impulse response thing?
It's hard to remember now.
It might have been 2 streams ago, but I was talking. I showed how I used impulse responses to simulate. Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 different microphones on a guitar amp.
Mhm.
Like the way that you would normally set up microphones to record a guitar amp. You used the impulse response to simulate each one of those, and then mixed it together. And then I added on the spring reverb. That's a real spring reverb. And then put that through to make it sound as if that spring reverb was coming out of that guitar amp in the simulated space, in the simulated room, through the simulated amp. And then consolidated all that into this stereo track. So before all those consolidations, this probably is a total of about maybe 45 channels or something like that, which even still is pretty small. Like my session for the working hour, for example,
Yeah.
that starting to mix that was starting with like 130, 140 channels, something like that.
Yeah. Brandon let me Brandon let me do a mix of the working hour. I did a dub mix, but he kind of just sent me all of his tracks. And to this day, I've got a 32 channel console here, which, you know, admittedly isn't a giant console or anything. It's not small either by any means, but to this day, that is the hardest I've put this console like through its paces, like that session. Like literally using every single fader on the board, both stereo channels, like the extra valve channels. Like I remember just putting like Wallace's sax on one of my valve channels and like kind of running him through a tube, and not even having a fader for it, like just having it on like a level knob. That's all you have open on that channel, using like the groups like to send stuff parallel to some compressors, like just like full on. Like it was so fun because I was relatively quickly after I got this board, and it was like all of a sudden, all at once, I was like, wow, I feel like I feel like I'm doing a real mix right now. This is so cool. Like,
Yeah. The old school way, with a channel for a physical console channel for every channel in the mix.
and even then,
That's cool.
I even had to. It's not like you sent me 32 tracks. You sent me way more than that. So even then, I had to make decisions and consolidate stuff down. I did not want to do it in the box, not when I have, this at my disposal. So even then I had to, and which is something I think people watching tonight will probably see you do, I imagine, or at least we'll talk about it, is making these kind of either destructive recording, destructive edits, or consolidating things, or like committing things like compression to a track, like, which I think a lot of people, like when they're first starting mixing and stuff like that, they're kind of afraid and nervous to do that, because if you just do it in the box, you always have the option to go back and change it. But a lot of times, if you just kind of commit as you go, it makes mixing easier. It sounds better. It goes quicker. And it's just, I don't know, I think it's just good practice, as a producer engineer to do that.
Yeah. So when Nate's talking about destructive edits or destructive processes on your sounds, what he means is basically affecting the sound in a way that you can't undo.
Yeah.
And that you can't that you can't take away that treatment of it later on down the line. It's permanently now a part of the sound in a way that you can't take back.
And a good example of that, like, is the guitar that you did. There's like hard-coded spring reverb in that stereo track.
Exactly. This guitar that I was showing right here, with what I have in this session, I'm unable to take away that reverb. That's an example of a destructive edit that I did on a stage earlier than where we are right now. So and one of the reasons why this session is smaller than the working hour, it's smaller than some other ones, is because a fair amount of destructive processes have been done on these sounds. And when you're mixing somebody, if you're mixing somebody else's music, you might get stuff like this a lot, because the person or the people who were recording the original tracks may have recorded things in this way, either consciously as an artistic choice, or maybe sometimes out of kind of like ignorance of a good way to plan, for later stages. So whether it's done knowingly or unknowingly, you may end up with tracks that have destructive processes done to them. I have in maybe just like the last 2 years, really adopted the practice of recording as I'm tracking, as I'm recording these instruments, making destructive choices that are being recorded into the original audio.
Yeah.
I used to never do that. I used to try to keep everything non-destructive. I used to try to make every last decision that I was making undoable later. Which is not rare. That's a very a lot of, it's really common. That's the way that a lot of people are taught to record, especially now. In the last how long has digital recording been the industry standard? Like sometime in the late 90s or
90s, yeah,
something like that. So ever since, somewhere around like 97 or 98. Since having the computer, a computer program be the hub of what you're doing, one of the biggest deals about that was that you have the ability to undo something. Mm-hmm. And so that is a thing that now, all these years later, is like
we're
the
learning.
standard practice that you're taught is to utilize that capability.
Yeah, and we're learning now after the fact that, like, it's like that's really cool that you can do
Yeah.
that with digital, but now we have to almost kind of unlearn some of these things because it almost felt like kind of throwing the baby out with the bathwater. It's like,
Yeah.
for the sake of keeping everything for options, we're like inundated with choice, and it
Exactly.
slows everything down. It actually becomes less creative. You're getting really analytical and stuck in the weeds about every little thing, whereas if you just commit, it just everything flows better, and I don't know, it's just easier to be more creative. I've found, to focus on things like was that performance good or not, rather than like, oh, that was pretty cool, like I can think about what I would do with that maybe, and then you end up with like 20 takes of something, and maybe you'll comp it together, or you can just either play it better, or get someone to play it with more feeling, or something more evocative in a way that like is something you would want to use, rather than like tinkering over it later. Yeah, it's one of those things that it's been like a blessing and a curse. It's like, it's cool that we can do it, doesn't mean you should do it all the time.
Yeah, the reason why I started to commit, like make these destructive decisions while recording, is because I've found myself being like paralyzed, and the creative process of making the song was being negatively affected by having too many choices and too many options, and and so I started recording in this way, which is like, I get the drum sound first and totally settled, and I do like actual things that I would normally only be doing during mixing to shape the sounds of the drums before I even begin recording any other instruments on it. And then if I'm like recording a guitar part, I do stuff like this, like how much reverb am I going to put on this? Am I going to make it very bright and tinny, or is this going to be a big fat guitar sound? I like print the distortion on it, like if there's some amp overdrive on it or something, like record that in there. Or if sometimes I even like record it with delay on it, with tape delay on it, like slapback delay that's printed in there, and it just like, I've started finding that there's more of a chance to make artistic decisions. Like I'm really like painting with
Totally.
a brush with paint on a canvas now.
Whereas
And
before it was like
yeah,
binary. You're like
it's
doing this
focusing.
weird Tetris shit.
Yeah, yeah. Too much of my brain space was being taken up by technical considerations, which I can't get away from, because I'm engineering the thing at the same time as playing it. But it just generally, doing it destructively, it just made the whole process much more artistic for me. And that may change after doing it for 5 years. It may become stale in my hands, and maybe I'll find creativity if I change it up again later on. I don't know, but
Yeah,
yeah,
I've found it at this point, especially when it comes to if I'm working on anyone else's music, like, a few years ago I might have been like, oh shit, they recorded, delay or reverb or whatever on that guitar or whatever part, and now I don't have that option now as, a mix engineer. I can't change that. It like limits me as a mix engineer. But if I get tracks like that now for other people's music, I think, okay, good, because this is almost like the artist is like sticking his foot in like the production
yeah,
end, like he's making
yes,
those decisions for me, and so he can, so basically the artist is kind of steering me towards what they want the final product to sound like,
yes,
or what direction
exactly.
they want it to go in. And now when I get tracks like that, I'm like, good. Because ultimately, when you're mixing for somebody else, it's like, it's kind of like you don't watch sports for the umpire. You know, like if you notice the umpire or the referee in a game, it's because they're probably pulling some bullshit or whatever. You know what I mean? You know, and maybe that analogy isn't perfect, but like, you know, it's nice to be able to take a step back as a creative engineer that I like to think of myself as, and you know, allow something to kind of be more, at least the final product to be more, you know, what they were looking for. Anything they do that helps me get it to like closer to where they want it or where they hear it in their head, it's a good thing, you know, I think.
Amen. Amen, man. Yeah, like they send something to you and it's like, this guitar sounds full of reverb. It sounds big and roomy and ethereal. It just does. Because that is the artistic choice being made. This guitar sounds like this. And you literally, so then as the mix engineer, what you end up doing is just making that most beautiful, you end up mixing in a way that is going to serve and enhance the etherealness and the bigness of the guitar, because you can't make it not sound like that. Mm-hmm. Like you don't have any choice, you know. You have to support it. The artist has spoken. This guitar sounds like this. Yep. It's this kind of a guitar sound.
Now you have
cool.
no
it's
choice
awesome.
but to support it.
Yeah. Okay, so I'll just show you track by track what we're working with. So first, I always order my tracks like this. I have them in this order on purpose. You don't have to have them in this order. You can have them in any order that you want. First is the kick drum. There we go. Then we got the snare drum. And that, keep in mind, this is a real drum kit that was recorded with microphones. So that's not like an isolated thing. I guess technically that's not the snare drum. That's the snare drum mic.
Yeah.
That's the microphone that was next to the snare drum pointed at it.
I like that.
This, however, this is a snare sample that I added in. That is, I time matched it to the actual snare drum. So every time that the drummer played the snare, this snare sample will happen. That is isolated because that's not a microphone. This is what they both sound like together.
Yeah, you get a lot
This
more
yeah.
like bottom snare. No.
Yeah, exactly. So this is I'll put it in and out. This is just the mic. And then this is with the sample. So the reason why I did that is because with the two sounds combined, not only is it to me a stronger, it has a stronger impact, but also it's more even across low to high frequencies. And also the third reason is because that is the exact same sample that's playing every time that the snare hits. It's not like 100 different samples, each one being played. It's the same sound every time. So that being combined with the sound of the drum performance, which is if he hits the snare 100 times, you have 100 different snare sounds. That mixed with the same sample being played every time, it creates more uniformity of what the snare sounds like across the song. It brings in uniformity without making it uniform, because it still has the X factor of the real snare changing across the song. The
Very
next
cool.
one, what's that?
Very cool. I like to do that with the cross stick. I've found that I really get a lot of help from cross stick sampling in reggae.
Yes. And for our friend who is she not? Or do we know that
not not
we know that she
not
is
Lady Echo.
definitely not Lady Echo.
Yeah.
So for when you're mixing ska, yes, the
Big
cross stick is one of the most difficult sounds to record well in music. Okay, to get a nice, good, tasty, organic recording of a cross stick that is being performed at the same time as the rest of the drum kit. So, yeah, I'm probably gonna put in some more samples to support the kick drum in the same exact way in this, and you would do the same thing with a cross stick if you want to do that. But yeah, in ska, that's a big thing because the cross stick is such a critical instrument in that style of music, and it has to be pronounced, it needs to be forward in the mix, and it needs to be consistent. You know, the cross stick is probably the primary element in the entire song that makes you want to dance to ska. So it's really important in the mix. Okay, next is the rack tom. So in this opening in this particular song, in this opening fill, is the only moment in the whole song when the rack tom is played. After that moment, he doesn't play it ever again.
Amen.
So, next is the floor tom. So you can hear the whole rest of the kit being played through the floor tom mic. So this is the floor tom mic. You can hear the kick, the snare, the hi-hat. You can hear the timbali being played. And then over here we can see some larger, let me blow it up. You can see some bigger spots, some bigger transients here. So this is where the floor tom is actually being played.
That's a fat tom. I love it.
Big fat tom. It's a BFT. Boom.
Yeah.
Cut. Yeah.
I was gonna ask.
Yep.
Maybe people are curious about this. What's your feeling on gating toms at this point? A lot of people gate their toms in order to maybe boost certain frequencies without all that bleed or whatever. I've kind of been both ways on it. I think I used to gate my toms a lot more, but now, especially with these reggae drums, I've found that, you know, they don't always send. There's not always like left-right overheads. Sometimes there's just like a mono kit mic or something. And I found that a lot of the bleed from the toms can actually kind of enhance the sense of space of the kit, and you know, even if they're not playing, like it kind of adds a lot to the overall sound of the drums.
Exactly. So these drums were recorded by an engineer named Prince Fatty in London, and these are really good drum tracks. These were recorded very well. So on the subject of gating toms, so the reason why you would gate a tom is either A, for an artistic choice, meaning that when the moment that tom is played, it is supposed to exist in a new sonic space. Like maybe it's panned off to the side and it's got like a lot of reverb on it or something. You know what I mean? Like it's supposed to be a new instrument entering that wasn't there at all, and when it's done being played, it's not going to exist anymore, right?
So to like divorce it from the kit itself, actually.
Yeah, right. To make that sound completely not exist until the moment when it's played.
Yeah.
Okay, that's one reason. And then the other reason is because there actually is something like functionally wrong with keeping that microphone in all the time. That if you keep that microphone unmuted for the duration of the song, it sounds bad. or it's messing something up, and that would be the other reason to gate it. So usually when that is the case, the sound of this part, the ambient sound of the rest of the kit is way too loud through this microphone, and it's basically about the same loudness as when the drum is played. But if you look at this track,
Yeah,
you can just visually see
not the case.
how much louder the sound of the actual drum is than the din, the background noise of the rest of the kit, right? Like, it just comes out of nowhere. It's very well recorded. So you can still remove it if you want, but for me personally, and also because this is the style of music that this is a drum kit that is supposed to sound like a real organic drum kit that is in front of your face. And not all songs are like that. Sometimes that's not what the drums are supposed to sound like. So like how you were talking about actually having all of the sum component of all of the little bleeds of all the microphones around be there together makes it sound more realistic to me. So I kept it in on purpose, but I did not keep in. See right here, we're listening to the rack tom sound, and it's silent because I took it out.
Yeah.
I only have it in for the intro fill, and for the rest of the time it's just not in there because it wasn't serving any purpose, or it actually made it sound worse when it was in, or something like that.
Yeah.
So
the real answer to any of the questions I'm going to kind of throw at Brandon tonight is everything. The answer to anything is it's very situational.
It depends.
It depends. Yeah, that's a famous thing that audio engineers kind of say to each other almost as a joke, because it's true. It's like the answer to everything is it depends. Like, it really depends on what you're doing.
Yeah,
or what you
I think it
have.
would be hard to think of a mixing practice that actually is like a total across the board rule.
Yeah.
I'm trying to think of one right now.
No. Yeah.
But yeah, it's hard to think of one.
There's so many things
Yeah.
like engineers do that is so common it might as well be, but it depends. It really does.
Yeah, the thing that you want to learn is how all of these tools work and how you can use them. So the thing that you want to learn when you're learning mixing is you want to learn the techniques to take your already existing sound that you have in front of you, how to make that be the sound that you will picture in your head. And that's really it. And if you do learn your tools in a way where you can do that, then you can mix anything, and you can come up with your own rules and your own techniques. And because like one of my mentors in engineering, this guy named Brent Dannon, and his thing was, if it sounds good, it is good.
Yeah.
Like, how do you get the good kick drum sound, Brent? Well, you make the kick drum sound good. That's how you do it, like, make it so the kick drum sounds good.
Yeah.
And then that's a good kick drum sound.
Yeah.
You've done it.
So
But the thing is that completely depends on what is the starting sound,
yeah.
because they all are going to sound different. Every time that you mix a song, the microphone, the original sound that you're going to have, it's going to be all over the place. So
Yeah.
you got to learn how to.
And like super subjective answers like this are not particularly satisfying, even though they're the truth, for the most part. But I think, in general, like the scope of that subjectivity kind of narrows a bit when me and Brandon are talking specifically about like reggae and dub and ska and
Yeah.
stuff like that.
Yeah.
So, keep in mind whenever we're talking about something, um, we're probably referring more specifically to this kind of stuff since this is what we do. But the real answer, like he said, is it really depends the style, the mics used, the performance, like everything. There's like a bajillion factors, and that is still true even in this stuff, obviously.
Yeah. Yeah, once you get into a specific style of music, like if you're mixing a cumbia song, there are rules
Yeah.
that come along with that style of music. If you're mixing country, there are rules. If you're mixing metal, there are rules. And even then, if it's black metal, it's completely different rules than if it's thrash. And so on and so on and so on. With hip hop, there are like sound rules. So you just then, now you're making a choice of which rules are you going to follow, and if you're not going to follow them, which ones are you not. So like when we mix this song, I'm going to be generally just following the rules of the way that reggae is supposed to sound, and I'm like consciously making the choice to follow the certain rules that I am going to follow. But there are certain ones that I'm not going to follow because it's a Talking Heads song, and I'm just making the artistic choice of making it resemble Talking Heads in certain ways, which we will see, and which I haven't even decided yet because I haven't heard it, and we'll see it in the moment. This is the timbali mic. It sounds so dry by itself.
Yeah, it really does. Yeah. So awesome. I almost always put like slap delay on these timbales. That's the only thing I like affect on these tracks, besides spring. Like whenever I get these drums, I'm always stoked that there's a timbale track because I actually really like slap delay on drums, but it's just like it can very easily get to be too much. But on these timbales, it's so sick. I love it. Throw some copycat on that timbale for me, just for me. Oh, I can't hear you. I think because your track's
Oops.
soloed.
Okay, yeah, I had my mute button backwards.
Ah.
Yeah, we're definitely gonna play around with copycat on drums for sure. Okay, now this is the room mic. So this is a combination of two microphones that are just kind of picking up the general area of the drums mixed together. Okay. Then we have a kete. It's a hand drum.
This guy's a
Do we have it?
busy boy.
Where is it? Oh,
Did you not use it?
I may not have used it.
Yeah.
Let's see. Yep, I didn't use the kete in this song.
Not there.
Okay. So I'm actually just going to remove that. And I don't need to go searching for it just out of principle, just because like, hey, hang on, there was a kete in this track. Maybe we'll want to take it. Because I recorded this song like destructively, like how we were talking about before. So at some point prior to right now, the artist, who in this case was me, decided, fuck the kete.
Yeah.
We're not using it. So it's gone.
Yeah.
Okay. Next one is a tambourine. You got a nice tambourine in there.
Mm.
Next track is a kabasa.
These are the salt and pepper of percussion instruments here.
Oh wow, that's good. And there's salt and pepper together.
Yeah. You know what? That sounds like something like a Jamaican musician in the 70s would call that.
Salt and
Like,
pepper.
we gotta add the salt and pepper.
Yeah, that does. Okay, and then there's 2 tracks of electronic percussion.
Cool. I like that.
This one,
Is that on the snare heads? Is that where that
yes, yeah. So this first one is every time that the snare drum hits, there's a "chew" sound.
is? Sick.
Then there's another one that happens every time that the timbali hits.
Oh, I love that. And that, I presume, is the perk synth?
That's right. This is a PC2, which both Nate and I have.
We both have it. That's what torments the stream every time something funny happens.
Exactly. Whenever we yell like small children and flash Jah Rastafarianism on the screen,
Yeah.
it's this. So they recorded. It's like a classic reggae instrument. This thing. So
Yeah, and
there's 2 tracks of it in this.
the interesting thing,
mhm.
I wasn't even aware of this thing until I started getting these Prince Fatty drums, because that's how I found it initially. Was I was like looking through like the files of like, what is that sound? Like, it's so
Yeah.
sick. And in one
Yeah.
of the descriptions of the drums, they mentioned a PC2, which I'd never heard of. But yeah, it's just basically like it's just a trigger that you hit with your hand, and it it plays like a siren or a sound or whatever you've heard us do it.
Yeah.
But it's very
And
cool.
Fans of reggae will recognize it instantly
Totally.
from all the classic records.
Yep.
Next track is bass. And then that guitar skank sound. Guitar. Piano.
I'm just gonna shut the
Organ.
door. I'll be right back.
Okay, yeah, we can hear Elton getting excited there. This is the organ that I recorded this afternoon. And this is the guitar skank and the piano and the organ, all 3 of them together. This group of instruments is called the rhythm, or the skank. Some of us call it the skank together. But these are instruments that are together in the reggae orchestra. With the bass. There's the skank together for you, Nate.
Ooh.
Okay. And then there is a lead guitar that is played by Nate.
Dirty.
Filthy. We're gonna have fun completely reinventing what that guitar sounds like. That is gonna end up sounding nothing like that. But just like purely artistically, because it sounds beautiful. It's a great guitar sound. But we're gonna you know, this is dub reggae. We're going to make it sound crazy.
Yeah.
And then everything else is vocals. So this is the dry vocal.
Everyone is trying to get to the bar. Name of the bar.
This is like a
Bar is called heaven.
stereo affected vocal
The
So
bed
cool.
in heaven.
that we'll look closer at later.
Favorite song.
This is I'll show you guys my copycat tape delay machine, but I printed on here that there's a short slap copycat
Everyone is trying
of vocal delay.
to get to the bar. Name of the bar.
And there's a long delay of copycat.
Everyone is trying to get to the bar.
So what that sounds like with the short and long delay together. Well, here, this is just the dry vocal with the short slap delay.
Everyone is trying to get to the bar.
It gives it that like slight bathroom tile slappy sound. This is the dry vocal with just the longer delay.
Everyone is trying to get to the bar.
So that, you know, the space is bigger. It's a bit more kind of
It's three-dimensional.
spacey and
With the delay and that stereo effect, it's
Yeah.
like you're getting left to right and front to back. It's a true
oh, there you go.
space you're inhabiting now with your
That's a
voice.
really good way to put it. Yeah. So it took this vocal and made it wider left to right and made it deeper front to back. So this is all four of those things put together.
Everyone is trying to get to the bar. Name of the bar. The bar is called heaven.
Yep.
Yeah.
And then the last track that we have is a plate reverb that is on the vocal.
Name of the bar. The bar is called heaven.
It's a great sounding plate. What is that you're using?
This is here. I will show you.
Is it the Abbey Road?
Yes, it is.
Nice.
So this is like the printed audio of it. So I'll just pull up the plug-in here to show it to you guys.
Gotcha.
What reverb that is. And yes, doesn't it sound beautiful?
It really does.
It's Abbey Road plates, which I am a big believer in.
Yeah.
I love Abbey Road plates and the Abbey Road chamber.
Mm.
I also use. I'm pretty sure that this was plate C.
I used
So
to use these.
this isn't the exact settings that this sound is, but this is the plugin that reverb came from.
I used to use these all the time, and now I've been kind of converted to Little Plate, the Sound Toys plugin.
Yeah.
Which is also
Oh.
really good. But man, hearing that makes me want to do a track with Abbey Road.
Yeah. Man,
Have
I used to have those Sound Toys plugins, and I really wish I still did.
Oh man. Have you heard the Capital Chambers plugin yet?
No.
Dude.
I
When
bet it's awesome.
When I was working there, I was there while they were down there doing impulse responses of all the Capital Chambers, and I think it's, God, not Focusrite. What's the other big interface that everyone has? The Apollo. It was they come with the Apollo interface,
Okay.
I believe.
That's sweet.
Yeah, they're real cool. I haven't got to use them yet. I really want to.
Yeah, I mean, all these different reverbs, and especially in the category of reverb, they really truly do all sound different. I've never heard two reverb plugins that sound the same. Reverb is a type of a thing where there's a million different flavors of it, and it's also kind of like a thing where the right sound is just so, like reverb isn't really that forgiving in my experience. It has to be the right sound.
Yeah, because it can kind of
And,
ruin stuff sometimes too. If
Yep.
it's not the right thing.
Yep. Which is why we're super blessed that we make reggae, because the spring
Yeah.
reverb.
All we have to use is like the dumbest, simplest reverb there is, which is awesome.
But we have to use a real one.
Yeah,
because
that's
for
true.
a long time I used to use a digital spring reverb,
Same.
and it just doesn't sound right.
Yeah.
And actually, if you're producing Jamaican music, or another style of music like rockabilly or something, where the spring reverb is like the sound, and if you're not able to, if you don't have access to getting a real spring reverb in your mix, I think it is worth it to like just pay the money, hire Nate, hire me, hire somebody who has that gear, and like give them your tracks and like pay them to put spring reverb on your stuff. And believe me, as a music producer who made only reggae music for like over a decade, trying to do it with digital reverb, I have tried everything. It can't be done.
Yeah, it's not the same.
It can't be replicated.
There's cool stuff out there too, but yeah, it's just the idiosyncrasies of a physical, real life reverb. It's so hard to replicate that. Like it's crazy, especially something like a spring. It's not a space. It's not like a, it's the illusion of a space, but it's a literal. I mean, you're sending your track through a slinky. Like, it's just a weird thing that it's hard to replicate.
Yeah. Okay, so let's start. Let's
Yeah.
start making some music. Okay, so the first thing that I'm gonna do is bring down all the faders. I'm gonna start from nothing. I'm gonna bring things in sound by sound. I'm gonna start with the drums. So I'm basically going to get the first thing that I'm going to do is I'm going to make the drum sound, the way that the drums are going to sound in this song, like by themselves. So I'm not even going to bring in or listen to any other instruments before I've completely committed to what these drums are going to sound like. A few reasons why with this song I'm comfortable doing that. One of the main reasons is because of how small the instrumentation of this song is. There's really not that many other instruments. There's not very many other things that I need to make room for, which is something that is, very true of Talking Heads music of this era. Like pretty much all their songs have like 5 instruments in them.
Yeah, it's the band.
Yep. Right. Every member of the band playing one thing, one take. It's very cool.
Even David Byrne, it's not a ton of vocal tracks usually. It's just him. A lot of stuff.
Very
is just
few
him.
vocal harmonies. There's no vocal harmony in this song at all. It's just one.
I don't think that was even a thing they really did. I don't remember them doing that very often.
Yeah, I can think of some examples like later on, like Wild Wild Life. There's vocal harmony.
Yeah,
And
there's stuff in the
once
80s
in a
definitely.
lifetime, they like once it got like that, there's shit is way more produced.
Yeah,
and
super
there's
layered.
more overdubs, but like from their early to mid era, it was like you get one track of every member of the band,
Yeah,
and that's the song.
2 guitars, bass, drums.
Yeah, and so the mix sounds like that. There's enough room in the arrangement, there's enough room in the soundscape just for the drums to just sound like the drums. So, so we're going to do that, and we're going to observe one of the rules of reggae, which is that the kick drum and the snare drum are the two basically most upfront sounds in the entire song. The kick drum and the snare drum. Is that what I said, or did I misspeak?
No, you said, yeah, that's what
Kick
you said.
drum and snare drum.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, you said floor tom and rack tom.
Yeah, that's the rule of reggae. No, so kick and snare. And then we're going to make the hi-hat super tinny. We're going to try to replicate the sound of the hi-hat, all the high frequencies of it being pushed very hard through through an analog console, and it like distorting, because that is the sound. That's the sound. That was established by like King Tubby and Scientist and Lee Perry, and even like Cox and Dodd and the engineers at Studio One. That's the sound, and you'll see what I mean. So I'm gonna bring it in one microphone at a time, and then actually here let's listen to the kick drum, and I'm gonna see how big we can make the kick drum without adding any new sounds. But I think we may bring in kick samples to support it. But let's see. And for mixing right here, I'm going to make the mix peak at -6 while I'm mixing. I don't want the sound to... It's okay if it periodically jumps above it for a second, but my general ceiling for the mix is going to be -6 dB overall. This is my master meter right here. And when I want to hear it louder, so like for me in the room, I'm going to make this like pretty loud. I want to, but what I'm turning up is my speakers in the room. I'm not making it louder in the computer. So I'm going to make it very loud because I want to make sure that the sound of this kick drum punches me in the chest and is like, it like makes my adrenaline start to go just by like the impact of this kick drum sound. But the way that I'm going to test that is by turning it up in my room, because I want to make sure that I have that kind of a big, powerful sound that is digitally peaking at -6.
I'm gonna move my
Oh yeah, I'm like
cameras.
pointing at stuff that's behind Nate's head.
I'm up here.
Here we
now.
go.
There you are. Now,
This
now
right
people
here.
can see.
This is my master
Yeah.
meter right here. And here's my kick drum. Okay, here we go. Okay, so what I heard was that the kick drum sounds really great. It's generally, there's nothing wrong with it. It was recorded really well. Honestly, 90% of the time when you get tracks from your client of whoever you're mixing, the sound of the kick drum is probably not going to be this good.
No.
We are dealing with very nice drum tracks that don't require very much work. But I want to make sure that when this song is played in big sound systems that have subs, that this kick drum just like that it utilizes those subs. I don't want someone to bring this on and you can hear the bass in the sub, but the kick drum sounds weak. I want it to shake everybody's eyeballs in their skull, you know? So this is a plugin. It's called R-Bass.
We've got some fans of our bass in the chat, actually.
Oh, some people recognized it instantly, eh? Yeah, that's cool. So basically what it does is it listens to the sound that you put into it, and then it adds in some lower frequency stuff. So I'm centering mine around 50 hertz, which is very low, which is like below the main meat of the kick drum. And I'm going to bring it in until it's balanced, so that basically I'm just introducing a very low, very fat ingredient to the kick drum, and I want to bring it in so that it is in balance with the rest of the sound of the kick drum. It belongs. It's not louder, but it's also not it's also not much quieter. And if you're listening to this right now through like a phone or something, you probably won't be able to hear any of this change at all.
Yeah, sorry.
So that's cool. So I'm listening to this with a subwoofer, and the way that I can, so that sounds way bigger, way fatter, and the way that I can tell that it actually is in balance, and the way that I can tell that I just introduced something that was missing, I'm not overkilling the low frequencies here, is because of how much the meters barely even went up. It's like barely even above -6 right now. So if I was multiplying low frequencies that were already there, I would be making this kick drum sound way unbalanced and putting too much bass in, and I'd be able to tell because it's like it's now peaking. And that would be bad because the only thing that I would be doing is basically turning down the rest of the kick drum. I would just be making all the rest of the sound of that drum now inaudible, because it has to come down because of how fat the sub part is. It's like exactly the same place on the meters. But if you're listening to this with anything that you can hear low frequencies on, that sounds like 5 times bigger than it did before.
Definitely.
Okay, so now we want to introduce the relationship between kick and snare. And we want to make these two things hit so hard that basically it sounds like a complete song and a complete mix with just the kick and the snare in it. That's what we want to make this sound like, is that this is like a dope song that we could listen to and enjoy it, and it's only the kick and the snare drum.
And most
That's our
importantly, dance to.
And dance to. Yeah, exactly. That's our goal. So to me,
So for everyone watching, you can
Yeah.
see that the snare was hitting -6, the same level as the kick, But
Exactly.
if you listen to it, you would never think that those are the same loudness because Brandon hasn't affected the snare yet.
Right. Right. So you need to use your eyes, because I do want the end product to be that the kick peaks at the top, which is -6, and the snare also peaks at the top of the ceiling, which is -6. But you can't only rely on your eyes, because even though they are both peaking at 6, the snare sounds smaller, doesn't it? It does. So to me, what the snare is missing, like basically the low frequencies of the snare, which are higher than the low frequencies of the kick, but I want the snare to have an element of like whoosh impact. Boom. I want the snare to also boom. So we're going to bring that in. Hang on. I was trying to do this. I want to bump it up so that every time I press play, we're not listening to the count in. Yeah. Every time we press play, I want it to pick it up like in the middle of the groove. Okay. So let's make the snare fatter. So something just happened. I found the fatness area of the snare, but I turned it up too loud. I turned it up loud to the point where now that fat area of the snare became the loudest part of the snare, and it made my track peak, and then it made me need to turn down the whole snare.
Can you drag that plug in to the right a
Oh.
little bit?
Yas, queen.
Perfect.
So I don't want that to happen. I want to be able to make this adjustment while keeping all the other elements of the snare that already sound good the way that I like it, keeping them where they are. So I found the right area, so I'm going to start rolling it in again until it is in balance. And then I'm just going to make the portion that's around 3.5K, which is the magical frequency area for all drums that is like the snappy, cracky, like the snap part. I don't know how to describe that better. It's basically like the aspect of it that makes you be able to picture in your mind the spot where the stick actually connects with the head of the drum. The sound of the stick hitting the thing is like the 3.5K area. So I want to bring that up just a little bit more. And this EQ, this SSL EQ, is super touchy. I'm barely even boosting this up. Because of the how this particular EQ works. You barely touch it and you can hear, so use your ears, because I'm barely touching it, but I can hear a big difference, you know. And in fact, I'm going to go back to the kick drum now because I can hear the snappiness of the snare. In comparison, the kick drum sounds too dull. So I'm going to bring this down. I'm going to bring down the amount of the subness that we're putting into the kick drum so that I can make... So to make the kick drum brighter, I'm bringing down the fatness, not making it brighter. Okay, so that punches me in the face pretty well.
Yep.
So those are like the pillars. Like if you imagine like the Golden Gate Bridge, the kick and the snare are those like pylons, the part that actually goes down into the water and like holds up and suspends the whole rest of the bridge. Every other piece of music, including all the rest of the drum microphones that we bring in, are just the filling that is in between those rib bones, you know? So that's the scaffolding for our bridge. Now we bring in everything else. So next is hi-hats, and I want it to have that like super bright sound like I was talking about. And it's not far off. This sounds like it's probably, I think it has some of the processing that I had already done to it to make it that bright. Or it might have been recorded like this, but I want it to be even freaking brighter. Not satisfied. Never satisfied, Nate.
No. Not when you're looking for that hat crunch.
Yeah, see what happens when I high pass it. There we go. See, in basically any other style of music, that would be like, dude, what the hell are you doing? But this is roots reggae. That's the sound.
Yep.
So deal with it.
It's nice too because you are turning up the highs to get that crunch, which sounds great, but you're not missing any of the body because of the bleed.
Exactly. Right. The bleed of the rest of the mics. But dude, I promise you, man, and I wish I could do it on this stream. I would be playing you like reference tracks. Like right now I would bust out like a Wailing Souls record and or a Gregory Isaacs record or a Bob Marley record and show it to you. I can't because the video will get flagged. But like the degree to which those hi-hats are so everything except for the high frequency distortion crunch, the degree to which everything else is gone is like it's astounding. Like
It's
the way that we have been taught to mix makes us so afraid to dial the knobs in that way. Like we're breaking every rule of American music that we've learned, but I'm telling you, that's the sound. So I'm gonna do it even harder. Just get that sound and then turn it down.
blend it.
So I'm going to bring it all the way out and bring it back in. Because just because it's distorted doesn't mean that it has to be loud. I'm making it distorted to get the characteristic, but it's actually going to be relatively quiet. Then I'm going to listen to the room mic for a second because I want to know. So what I'm going to listen for is where in the left to right dealio, where is the hi-hat? Because I'm going to pan the direct hi-hat mic to fit where it is. So let's listen. Where do you hear it? I hear it just a little bit to the left. Not too far to the left, but a little bit to the left.
Yeah. You can hear that where that toms plays, or the timbale as well. You can pretty clearly hear where that is in the like in the drum set, the timbale. Sorry, you're muted still.
Whoops. Exactly. So we're going to do the same thing with the hi-hat, the toms, and the timbale. Is find in the room mics where are those things located, and pan the direct microphones to match them so that it sounds completely natural and realistic when it's, because the end result is going to be the combination of the direct microphone and the rest of the ambience, and it will end up sounding better when it really does sound like, wow, there's a hi-hat over there and there's a tom over there and there's a timbale over there.
And just based on like what Brandon just showed in that room mic, it gives us an indication too of how this was recorded and the direction he could probably take it in. You know, it's safe to assume, based on listening on that this is drummer's perspective, which is like if you're mixing the drums in a way where if you were sitting at the drum kit yourself, it sounds like you're like playing along in your headphones. That's kind of something we can try and recreate. Whereas the flip side to that would be like audience perspective, where you're watching a drummer play. So everything would be flipped and maybe the kit would, the image would be different.
Yes. And so it's one of the options is mixing your drums to replicate a realistic acoustic space like that. You don't have to. Sometimes in some songs you mix your drums in a way that has no bearing on any kind of realistic space at all, and because that's the sound for the song, it just sounds awesome that way. But in this song we are doing that, and we're doing drummer perspective.
I find in a lot of like 80s production, it's like drum stuff is just woo, it's everywhere, it's wherever.
Yeah, and it's cool, you know, like
cool.
when that's the sound, that's the sound. It's awesome. Yeah, you just, gotta like just be in control of what choices you're making, and if that is the vibe you want to go for it and get it. Like you really get in trouble when you like are wishy-washy or like halfway doing something, or you end up in the middle of the road between two ideas, and you don't really nail any one idea fully. So in this one, we want to fully create the illusion that there is a drummer in front of us, or actually that we are sitting at a drum set, and what that sounds like.
Yeah.
So here we go. Okay, so we put that hi-hat there. Now we're going to bring in the rack tom, which is like how we talked about, it's only in one moment. So we got to find that one moment. Bzz, digga digga down down. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that these drum sounds I've already done some mixing on them because that sounds really good
It does sound good.
as it is. So I am going to resist the urge to touch stuff that it just doesn't need to be touched. It sounds good. If it sounds good, it is good.
Yeah.
So let's find where that sits in the mix. Sort of straight ahead, barely to the right, I think. What do you hear?
Yeah, I would agree with that.
Okay.
So
So
he's
again-
he's hitting
oh,
that
sorry, go ahead.
rag tom twice, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Dun dun.
Yeah.
Let's solo it.
Yeah.
Yep. And again, we want to make it peak at -6. And the reason why I trust those meters is because this is a nice balanced sound, meaning that no element of the low frequencies or somewhere in the mid frequencies or the higher frequencies is out of balance too loud. Because that would throw things off and make me not be able to trust the meters. But it's very even and very balanced. So that lets me know that if I put it so that it peaks at -6, that it is. And it does sound like that when I listen to it. It sounds like it comes out to the very front of the mix in the moment that it happens, which is what we want this to sound like. Okay, floor tom. We need to find... Okay, floor tom. Makes me think of David Lynch when he was in Louis. He's like, all right, monologues. Go. News jokes. Okay.
The biggest,
Go.
well, I shouldn't say the biggest shame, but one of the many shames of that guy kind of losing his prominence is that those are like some of the greatest episodes of television ever filmed.
I agree with you.
It's some of the best David Lynch content, and I say that as like a gigantic David Lynch fan. Hello.
I agree with you. Him being on Louis is
it's
one of
brilliant.
the best things that David Lynch has ever done.
Yeah,
Yes.
it's so good. But yeah, a lot of people are probably not checking that out because of Louis, which understandable. But man, just if anything, watch those episodes just for David Lynch.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. We're going to end up on a
Yes.
David Lynch thing. Okay, so floor tom is next, so I'm going to find a place. So yeah, he only plays the floor tom 3 times in this entire song. So we got to find that moment so that we can get the mix. That's how big it sounds right now without the microphone even being brought in. Listen to how much of that is in like the kick drum mics and everything else. There's so much low frequency. So that's like to the point of being too much. So I want to actually find out where is that happening. I want to know if there's that much low end happening in any other mics besides the kick drum, first of all. Definitely not there. It's impossible for it to be in the snare sample track. Yep, no bleed there. It's impossible for it to be hi-hat because it's been friggin' high-pass like 8 times.
I appreciate the demonstration.
Yeah, no, that's an important concept. Like, check. You have to listen to everything. And if you didn't hear it, it didn't happen. You have to check. If you assume shit, that's how you ruin your mix. It's not in the kick either. So if we solo the... not in the rack tom. So if we solo the kick, we're going to hear... Yeah, that's like too much, man. So what are we going to do about that? let's see if that is alleviated if we bypass that R bass, if it's still that bad. Yes, it is. So let's do a thing. Let's listen through the rest of the track and see if those problems exist in moments where the floor tom is not happening. No, it's not. There's not much trouble happening in the moments where the floor tom is not playing. So we're gonna do this. Oh my gosh, I think Griselda in the next room ordered some like Jack in the Box, and I can smell it. It smells so good. Oh, that's torturous. Okay, so we're going to duplicate this track, and we're going to mute everything except for these moments when the floor tom is being played. So both of these are the same exact thing. And we're going to, let's see. We're going to put a gate on just this one.
Tough.
That is happening in the moments of the floor tom. Let's see. I'm gonna use the one that comes with Reason. Not Reason, Reaper, because it's very lightweight, and this is very surgical. This doesn't need to have any kind of fancy freaking analog emulation crap. I just need to get something. I'm going to put it before the R bass because I want to catch this before the moment that the low frequencies are amplified. So I want to gate things out and then amplify the low frequencies of what passes through the gate. I don't want to amplify the low frequencies and then try to gate them. That just makes it harder. So I'm going to gate this crap out. I am just going to loop this moment and gate it. So the thing that I'm listening for basically is just that the kick drum remains intact. Because this isn't going to be super apparent in the final mix, what I'm doing. This is like a very... when all the drum tracks are playing and the bass is playing and all the other tracks are happening in this moment, it's not going to be super obvious. But I just want to make sure that this is not a moment in the middle of the song where for some reason the kick drum just sounds weak or sounds shorter or smaller. So I'm just cutting out everything that I can and then just restoring it up into the point where the kick drum sounds normal again. The full character of the kick drum comes through. Okay, so a little bit of it gets through, but that's okay, because the part that I wanted to take out was just all the lingering stuff that was there, which is gone now. So let's listen. I gotta take off my loopy loops. No more scroopy loopers. Scroopy noopers. I'm King Flippy Nips. Okay, here we go. See, nice and clean.
Yeah.
And let's compare it. This is without the gate before. This is what. Listen to all the flubbiness going on in the bottom when the floor tom happens. Yep. We don't want that.
That's what we call in the business mud.
Yeah. Which is what makes mixing styles like hip hop and reggae very challenging because
Bass management.
exactly, you need
So
no
important.
mud, but you have to have all of these instruments be super loud down there at the same time, and it's hard to do both at the same time. All right, fam, let's bring in the floor tom mic now. We need to listen to the room mic and figure out where is the floor tom located. It's in an unorthodox place. I hear it as on the drummer's left. It's over by the. It's farther to the left than the hi-hat.
Yeah, I'm hearing that.
That's what I hear. So if you imagine this drummer's kit, he's playing the hi-hat here and his snare, and he's got a rack tom in front of him. Over here on his left side, he has a
Got
floor tom.
Big old fatty tom. You can just
Yeah.
whack on.
So he probably is playing the drums, rack tom in front of him, and then on the right where you would normally have a floor tom, he has the timbali over there. And he's got a floor tom on his left side.
That's it.
That's what it sounds like.
That must be exactly what it is, because I was gonna make note that the timbali did sound really far to the right.
Yes, exactly.
Interesting.
So even though we would say, well, floor toms are on the right-hand side, that's where they always are, and then we would pan the floor tom there, we would make it sound really weird because our direct sound is on the right, but the resonance and the room sound is on the left. So we've already made our decision, made our choice that what we're interested in is realism. So we're going to pan this shit to the left. Let's see what it sounds like.
It's pretty awesome and very unique too. I love it.
Yeah, it's cool. It stands out to your ear. It's like interesting scenery for your ears, you know. Yeah. Dope. Okay, timbali next. Let's just double check that timbali actually is on the right ear. Really quick. Let's find where timbali is happening. I'm actually hearing it kind of in front.
Yeah. I was gonna say it sounds like left of center almost.
Even left, yeah. Let's listen again. Yep.
This is where I wish we had a photo of this drum set. It would be so interesting to see.
Yeah, there are YouTube videos of them recording some of these tracks. I don't know if it's the same exact session, but like of them doing some of them that we could look at. But yeah, it sounds like the timbali. So also too, timbali is a tough one because of how freaking loud it is. Some instruments and some sound sources like a timbali are so loud that you kind of hear them equally in all mics.
Yeah.
So the directionality of it is kind of tough. Like a whistle, like a referee's whistle or something. It has like no directionality because of how it's loud to the point where you hear it equally from all directions, you know? But we are going to pan this somehow. So we are making a choice of directionality. So let's, the reason why I'm going to keep it close to the center is because of this. So if you listen to this drum pattern, the drum pattern is kick, snare, kick, timbali. Kick, snare, kick, snare, kick, snare, kick, timbali. So the timbali is the backbeat or the snare hit of every fourth. Yeah, the tail end of the phrase.
Yeah.
So the timbali in this particular song is not playing the role of fills. It's playing the role of keeping the backbeat, which is one of the pillar elements of the groove. So we want that's one of our pillars of the Golden Gate Bridge. So we want that to exist in the same sonic space as where the kick and the snare do. So we're going to keep it either in the center or near the center, and we're going to make it peak at -6 and hold the same, fill the same role in our listening and in our ear as the kick and the snare do. So let's do that. So you can see on our master here, now that we're stacking ambience of all these microphones, we're going above -6. The sum total of our sounds are louder now than they were originally, and that's okay, because as we're stacking, we're making the final sound of our kick and snare more complete. So I'm gonna highlight all of them and keep the same balance, keep the same relationship between all the levels, but I'm going to bring everything down so that and reestablish our ceiling at -6. And then it does sound quieter and weaker here in my room, but I'm going to compensate for that by just turning up my speakers. Sounds pretty dope. Oh, damn. I didn't even realize. I left the fader of the room mic up. That might have been why our master was so high. Yeah. Okay, so when the timbali hits, it's going over -6, but it doesn't really feel or sound that loud to me. So I want to solo it out, find out why. Yeah, it's kind of unbalanced. See,
Yeah.
the like that part of it is noticeably louder than the rest of the sound. So I'm going to use the EQ philosophy of cut rather than boost in this case. And the reason why is because there's one particular area that is too high. So the remedy is, instead of turning up the parts that I want to hear, I'm just going to isolate the part that's too high and bring it lower. So I'm going to start by isolating. And the way that I'm going to isolate it is by boosting. So I'll show you what I mean. I'm going to sweep around until I have found the bad part.
Something gross.
Yeah, and I'm going to be able to tell that I found it because that annoying part of the sound is now way louder and way more annoying. First, let's do that.
Possibly distorted when you do
Yeah.
this.
Yes. So, yeah, but watch your ears when we do this part. There it is.
Yep.
So you can tell that you found it because the part that you didn't like is way worse now. It's like embellished
Yeah,
worse
it's like
now.
a soccer ball or something. Basketball sounding.
Yeah, right. Like those red rubber balls,
Exactly.
the dodgeball bouncing.
Yep.
Boom. Okay, so now that you found it, don't touch your frequency. Don't touch this. All that you do is just change this from a boost to a cut, and we're going to bring it back until the sound is nice and flat and balanced. A little too much. Okay, that sounds a bit more flat. So I'm going to leave it like that and bring it back into the mix. And I bet you I can get the timbali to sound louder without upsetting our meters. Okay, we're going to make another adjustment because now I can hear how... So the snare hits the backbeat for 3 and the timbali for the 4th. And the timbali sound is lacking all kinds of high frequency that the snare has. So I want the backbeat to continue consistently. I don't want there to be a drop down in impact or payoff when the 4th one happens. So I'm going to bring up those high frequency parts of the timbali to make it resemble the impact that the snare has now. Like that. There, you see how it carries the like the precedent that the snare has set, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's dope. Okay, so now we're going to bring in the room mic. And again, this is like filling in the spaces between the delios of the Golden Gate Bridge. So we have what we have right now is our blend and our balance of direct drum mics. And the room is going to fill everything else in. So what we're looking for is we're going to bring in like realism, three-dimensionalness, and just whatever other good sounds come from the room mic. I've already like EQ'd and compressed and did fancy stuff to this room mic before now, doing that destructive stuff we were talking about before. So your room mic may or may not always sound this complete already when you first bring it up. You might have to work on it. We might have to work on this. I don't know. Let's see. See, it just sounds like a real drum kit in front of you now more, and you can tell that it's well balanced because these meters did not even freaking move. It sounds completely different. It sounds bigger. It sounds louder, and the meters show the exact same levels. And I just naturally found myself like bobbing my head when you play it.
Big time.
It just makes your body want to move, and that's the sign. That's all that you need. If you just chase what makes you want to dance, you'll be fine.
Totally.
and if you think that you're doing a really good job, and you're like sitting there and you're not moved to move at all, you should start over.
Try again.
Try again. Yeah, it's just dope.
Yeah, everybody listening right now, just close your eyes. Let your right hand go over here where the hi-hat is. And just feel what this is. It's called Jah Rastafarianism. That's what it feels like to play reggae drums. To be sitting behind this kit right now. That's what we're going for.
Yeah, well said. So yeah, we have a three-dimensional, and it also the other thing that I was going for that I didn't even say, but is in here now, is by doing the thing that we did to the hi-hat, like distorting it, like that's making it. We did various things to the sound of this drum kit that make it even a more heightened version of real life. So it's kind of like what an Instagram filter does to a photo. It's like it's the photo. That's the picture of my cat, but it's just like heightened. It's more, everything that makes it stand out to me in real life is enhanced. So
Audio face tune.
Yes, we just audio face tune these drums. So we made them sound very realistic, but like what they're, the way that they're realistic, like in our imagination. Like when we remember what dope drums sound like, it sounds like this. Like, fuck yeah, you know? Okay, so now we're gonna put in the percussion. I'm gonna start with the electronic percussion ones, only because they are synced to the snare drum and the timbali, so they're part of the existing beat. And then I'm going to put in the other percussion that is actually new parts that are not part of this beat. So let's just blend those in.
to live dubbing with Nate and Brandon. That's how it's done. For what, 2,000 miles away?
Right, drum playback in LA being dubbed by
Someone else in Nashville.
Echo in Nashville. That's pretty sweet.
Yeah.
Okay, now I'm going to bring in the tambourine and the cabasa. Yeah, I'm very much bobbing my head. So now though, oh my gosh, you guys. You want to see the part that is really going to send this over the edge. Get ready.
Is it called a spring?
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. We're going to bring in the spring reverb. This is where it gets mega jaw.
That sounds like a Power Rangers villain.
Mega jaw. Oh no, look out. It's mega jaw.
It's Mega Jaw.
It's just like a big like beetle or something. Okay. So these are just like pre-made shit that I have that I use to send this to the spring, send this to my tape delay. So I'm gonna send the snare sample, and the reason why I'm using the sample and not the snare mic is because there's better isolation with the sample. That means it'll only hit the reverb when he actually plays the snare. If we use the snare mic, there'll be a little bit of all the hi-hat and goodness in there.
Yeah, it just
which we're
gets
going
sloppy sounding.
Yeah, and we're going to get enough of that from when we send the rack tom to it and the floor. We're going to send all of our accessories to it. The timbale is going to have the spring reverb, and our electronic percussions are going to go to the reverb, and possibly the cabasa. Let's see. But now this is about to sound super dope. Let's see what it sounds like with the spring reverb.
Send me to space. You can't defeat me, Power Rangers. I am Mega Jaw. Ready?
Okay, so this is just isolated, only what we're sending. This is just the sound of the spring. So I think actually how hard this snare electronic percussion is hitting is a little bit too much. So I'm going to take down how hot that's going to the spring. Just want to. It's overpowering the rest of the sounds. And then I'm gonna experiment with putting the kabasa in there also.
It is literally so tasty. It sounds so good.
Doesn't that sound good? So yeah, it's making me bob my head. Okay, and guys, we haven't brought in the bass. We haven't brought in any other instrument. And the reason why I'm mixing it like this is because I want to make every element of it sound so good and stand alone in a way where if this song was just the drums, that it would sonically pay off enough. It would be enjoyable. Like I could sit here and listen to it for 4 minutes.
That's why while I was doing Mega Jaw while you were playing, it's because it really does sound that good. You can all of a sudden like make a song out of just that. You know what I mean?
Right. Yes. It sounds good enough that it's now asking for other instruments to join it, which it didn't sound that good before when we were halfway done bringing it through, and it just sounded like a few smatterings of isolated drums over here, over there. It wasn't like, oh man, oh shit, I need to pick up my bass and I need to like mega jaw. Like it didn't invite you to start creating music on top of it, but it does now.
It definitely does now.
So that's a good thing, because that's exactly what we're going to do. We're going to start layering other musical instruments on it, and we don't want the drums to sound any less good than that.
And to piggyback on what Brandon was saying, as he layers stuff, every time he layers something, it should and will sound like a finished song. Kind of like what he said, like each element in isolation should sound good enough to listen to as like a song or something. But as he goes along, like we'll listen to just the drums and bass, and part of you will convince yourself that like, wait, that sounds good enough. Like I don't need
Right, yeah,
anything
we're
else.
done.
Yeah, we're
done.
done.
Yeah.
But we're not.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Yeah.
Okay. So, all stages of mixing are very, very, like it's up to the individual engineer. You won't see. I'm gonna pour a little bit more whiskey. I've been drinking whiskey this entire time, by the way. What I'm gonna do next is bring in the bass and also temporarily the vocal. In reggae, the three most important instruments are the drums, the bass, and the vocals. Those three instruments are like 90% of the sound of reggae: drums, bass, and vocals. I want to hear the three of them in isolation, because I want to know that, like Nate is saying, I want to know that the way that those three elements are sounding, it sounds like a complete song that I would enjoy. And then I'm going to take away the vocal and put in the rest of the instruments. But if there's anything about the tone and the characteristics of the drums or the bass or the vocals that doesn't sound good amongst the trio, the trinity, then I want to make that change now, because every other instrument is going to have to suit that trinity, not the other way around. I don't want to be coming back later and sacrificing the way that my vocals sound to match, to accommodate the sound of the piano. It has to go the other way. The piano, the way that the piano sounds is going to be completely backseat to the way that the drums and the bass and the vocals sound. So next I will bring in bass and make sure that those sound good, and then I'll bring in vocal and make sure that the trinity sounds good. So right away, well, first of all, it sounds dope,
It does sound good.
but it could sound better because some notes of the bass are clearer than others. I'm going to put a thing called Bass Rider on it
Oh man,
because
I was gonna tell you, I
Yeah.
haven't used Bass Rider or Vocal Rider in a long time.
yeah.
And yesterday I was working on a mix for a client, and I had his voice going through my Warm Audio LA2, which normally is just like immediate perfect like vocal, like it just immediately makes the vocal sit in a track better than it could have before. And even with that, I still even with that and kind of riding the fader a little bit, it just like would not sit in the mix at all. I could not get it to behave.
Yeah.
And I put Vocal Rider on it, and it was like immediately like just sounded great. Everything I'd already done, I still think I would have had to have done that, but man, that with Vocal Rider, just getting it to that last step was just like, I'm so glad I saw you do that, because I haven't even thought about using these plugins in such a long time.
Yeah, they're super badass. So we talked about this in a past stream, but it's not the same thing as compression. What this plugin is doing, it does exist for the same reason of reducing the dynamic range, but it does it by automatically doing volume automation, which is not the same thing as compression. But yeah, we're going to put this on here to basically to make the quieter, higher. So when you play bass with this kind of a bass tone that I have on here, the higher pitched notes don't hit as hard as the lower notes. So as you play higher notes, they sound a bit quieter. So this is going to kind of even them out so that every note sounds and feels the same volume and has the same impact. Hopefully. Here we go. Instantly, it's like
It
Instantly.
immediately helps.
yes. Okay, and then I'm actually going to high pass this bass just a little bit.
Yeah.
Not to take it away. I don't want to take away the low frequencies. It's just that at the very, very, very low, it's just a little bit too hot. So I'm going to barely touch it with the high pass, and I'm going to be listening. I'm listening to this with a subwoofer, so I can hear all this amazing low end stuff, and I'm just going to bring it up just to the point where it's now controlled. I want the crazy low Rasta frequencies to still be in there, but
You
I
can
want
really
it to sound
hear it.
tight.
You can hear how like it's hard to explain in words something you're experiencing with your ears in your brain, but Like if I were to try and describe it, like right now, like the way bass sub frequencies like propagate, like they're almost like unidirectional. Like they sound like they're coming from everywhere and nowhere at the same time. And that really, really low end that Brandon is going to try and tame a little bit, it sounds like it's taking up like my full stereo image right now. Like
Yeah,
it
yeah,
sounds,
yeah, yeah. Yep.
it sounds way wider than I think he probably wants it, and definitely how, more wide than I would want it. And by doing what he's doing, he's going to kind of shrink that. And once he compresses it, he's going to do that even more. And it will like condense all that power and thump that you hear and feel from the bass, but it's going to be consolidated and even stronger.
Exactly. And by bringing the super low part of it under control, I can actually end up having the bass be louder without it ruining the song. But yeah, so again, I don't want to take that area away. I just want to make it manageable so that I can have the overall bass be louder in the song. Even right there, it's way better. I barely even touched it with the high pass, but it has the effect of making the bass seem louder because your ear can follow it better. Actually, I have these reversed from how I want them. I'm going to put the bass rider to be after the EQ because the bass rider was making volume decisions based on the full amount of low end. And now that this thing that I'm doing to the low end is changing how loud the different notes feel. So I want to even them out with the bass rider after doing that. Yeah, see, the bass just sounds and feels so much louder now, and I've taken bass away from the bass. Makes me want to move. Right? So this, by the way, this bass line is exactly the same bass line, exactly the same notes as the original bass line.
I love that you did that.
That was written and played by the great Tina Weymouth. Who is, dude, she is one of my favorite bass players of all time. She is a freaking genius. And this bass line is, so like, this bass line, the genius of it stood out to me the most when I watched Stop Making Sense. Like I was telling you last time, just like on the friggin' edge of the bed. So if you've never seen Stop Making Sense,
Stop watching and go watch it.
Yeah, turn off this stream and go watch that instead because it's better. But they start, so the Talking Heads come out and they're playing a concert, but they begin the show by adding one more member for each song that they play. So it starts with just David Byrne playing a song by himself, and then the second song is this song, Heaven, with just David Byrne playing an acoustic guitar and singing, and Tina Weymouth comes out and plays bass. So there's no drums, no anything else. It's just the acoustic guitar playing the chords, and her playing the bass line, and like, oh my gosh, it's perfect.
It's very bold.
The geniusness of this bass line stayed, and so I just sort of like changed the feel of it a little bit to make it feel a bit more Jamaican, but the way that she wrote it, it fits. So sweet. So let's bring in the vocal.
Nothing ever happened. There is a party. Everyone is there. Everyone believes at exactly the same time. It's hard to imagine that nothing at all could be so exciting, could be so much fun. Yeah, heaven is a place where nothing ever happens. Heaven is a place where nothing ever happens. When this kiss is over, it will start again. Will not be any different. Will be exactly the same. It's hard to imagine nothing at all could be so exciting, could be this much fun. Oh, heaven is a place where nothing ever happens. Heaven is a place where nothing ever happens. Heaven. Nothing ever happens. There is a party. Everyone is there. Everyone believes at exactly the same time. It's hard to imagine
Welcome back.
nothing at all could.
Yeah, I didn't even notice. So
Knocked your camera over.
yeah, right. So this is a good sign when your stream cameras start falling and furniture in your house just starts kind of migrating because of how hard
Brandon,
the jams that you're mixing are.
what do we call
Vibrating.
that? What do we call that phenomenon? There's gotta be a word or a phrase for it.
Are you talking about Rastafarianism?
Absolutely. That's what we're talking about, folks. That's right. That's what we're here for. You guys have been waiting for it. Ja Rastafarianism.
I wonder if people actually do like that. Ja.
I honestly have no idea.
Yeah, me
knows?
neither. Yeah,
The
it doesn't matter.
the
We're gonna
chat-
keep doing it. It doesn't matter.
The chat
Oh,
right
sorry.
now
Yeah.
at this early stage in our life as live streamers is very nice and very forgiving.
You're right. Yeah, there's no like, you
So-
guys suck. This is stupid. Yeah.
This is dumb.
Learn to get better at mixing, losers. Yeah.
All reggae sounds the same.
Okay. Okay. So those, the Trinity sounds like they belong together to me. Disclaimer is, the vocals right there, they're basically already mixed. I've already done processing on that. I've already, there's 2 delays and a reverb on it. There's that whole stereo field thing. Maybe I'll show you how to do that in a later thing. We're going to do a similar thing to the lead guitar in this song, so you'll see that. But I might not get too in depth into that tonight.
Goal
But I
is to
promise
get
I will. Yeah.
as close to a finished, finished mix as possible.
But that was done really purposefully because as I was recording this song, I did the vocals in the same way that I would be recording a guitar or a keyboard instrument, which is like I got I dialed in the tone of it at the same time as recording it because it influenced the performance. Like the way that I was singing was affected by the tape delay that was on it and the reverb that was on it and shit, So, and I kept all that. So yeah, like if tonight we're not going to be doing the same amount of work that we would be doing on the vocal that if it was just like a truly dry vocal, you end up doing a lot of work on that that we're not going to do tonight because I already did it. So on the one hand, I'm sorry, but on the other hand, you're welcome that we're not going to do all that tonight.
Hey man,
it can be kind of tedious.
Maybe at some point we'll do a straight just vocal mixing session. I mean, that alone is like really super cool and important to see for a lot of people, I'm sure.
Yes, because just like getting the low end and the bassness correct, getting the vocal to sit right is like the main thing that people that there's mystery around. Yeah,
that's how you get paid the big bucks.
Right, and that's why all of you guys should hire me and Nate to mix your stuff. So basically, my whole reasoning in showing you all of our secrets and techniques here is to tell you that you shouldn't try to do this yourself. You should hire us to do it.
This is way too hard.
Yeah. Don't try to do anything that I'm showing you how to do. Yeah,
these are all placeholder effects. Actually, we use different, better, cooler stuff off stream. Don't ever do this.
It's pretty funny. And while we were on there, I put this compressor on the bass, and it made it sound way better.
So good.
So I was putting it on there, and the reason why I put it on there is because I could tell that there was like this so basically it sounded like that Instagram filter thing was on the drums and it was on the vocals and it was not on the bass. The bass sounded too.
Bass was a little too clean.
It was very clean.
Yeah. This the way it affected the low and the low mids was just so crunchy, so good.
Exactly. And I chose this one specifically because it adds coloration majorly. There are some compressors, so don't come away with this with the impression that adding compression adds coloration. It does not. Compression has nothing to do with coloration at all.
Compare this compressor to our bass. It's like night and day different.
Exactly. Our bass adds to like our Renaissance Axe, because our bass adds low frequency stuff to it. Our bass doesn't compress.
Okay, maybe
our bass is not a compressor.
Maybe I was thinking of what's the other one called? I don't use it.
Renaissance Axe.
That's what I meant.
That's compressor, and it's completely clean. It doesn't add any harmonics. This is an emulation of a classic compressor that's from the Abbey Road Studios, and another
All-Tech anything is just adds so much
Yeah.
vibe.
So this another thing that it does in addition to compressing is it adds in coloration. So I actually wanted the coloration more than I wanted the compression. And when I put it on here, I dialed these knobs in so that it wasn't compressing it so hard, that it compressed it less. But I wanted just the color that happens because it's going through it. The emulation of these analog circuits. So to me, this sounds way better now.
Nothing ever happened. There is a party. Everyone is there.
Yeah, it like both of us are dancing right now.
It's so good.
It
sounds like
just
a
starts.
real.
You just have to groove. It's awesome.
It adds that color that you're missing from having like a speaker or a cab or like an amplifier, basically. Like, you know, that at this point, all of our favorite records, we're used to kind of hearing that kind of not quite distorted, but crunchy low mid bass that's kind of driving a little bit, and to just have bass that's like totally clean, it just sounds weird to our ears, I think. And
Yeah.
this bass now, all of a sudden, it sounds like familiar. It sounds real. It sounds like a real it sounds like you played it through like a cab, like a speaker. Like it's awesome.
Yeah, and it's also that mildly distorted low mid thing, and like the distressedness, how it just feels like the sound of the bass was crammed through an amp or crammed through an analog mixing console. That is true to the sound of the Talking Heads. That's what their tracks sound like. That's what all of their instruments sound like, from at least in the mid to late era, the era that this song is from. So it's both, this is kind of the cool thing of doing these reggae covers of non-reggae songs, because that element of it is true to the style of traditional reggae, and it's also true to the sound and the style of the Talking Heads. Both. That's a characteristic that they share. So by doing that to our bass, it makes it sound better as a reggae song, and it makes it sound better as a Talking Heads song also. Okay, so I'm going to take away the vocals now, and I'm gonna bring it, or you know what, I'm not just gonna mute those. I'm gonna mix as if I have a real console. I'm gonna bring down the faders. Now I'm gonna bring in the rest of the band, but before I do that, I'm gonna start my sub mixing. I haven't even needed the sub mix. We're barely gonna need the sub mix at all in this song because of how small and simple this mix is. But this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to make new channels. This one is going to be called drums. This one's going to be called bass. This one's going to be called skank. This is where somebody's mom goes, who I won't say. This one is vocals.
God.
What?
Just
What?
kidding. I just remember living together. You always teased me. Maybe I'm a narcissist. I just think you're always making jokes about that. Okay, this is entering sidebar territory. Reminiscing on stuff we shouldn't talk about on the stream.
Sidebar. Okay. And another one for effects. So we're going to end up doing separate processing. So basically, the more that you can give processing to the different elements in isolation and make them meet each other and make them come together at a later stage, it'll have the effect of making all the elements hit harder and just make the the way that they end up blending will be more impactful. So I'm going to send all the drums. I'm going to send them all to drums, and I'm going to make them not go to the master bus directly. So the way that they get to the master bus is only through this. Okay. I'm going to do the same thing to the bass. That's going to go to the bass one, and it's going to stop going to the master. So now we have a guitar skank, a piano, and an organ. Those are the trinity that make up the skank. Skank.
Man, I wish I had my hand on the delay for that one.
Why is it called skank?
That's a good question.
Well, I'll tell you. It's because it sounds like skank, skank. Skank, skanking, skanking. That's the only reason why, because it sounds like skank.
Yeah.
It's automatopoeia, baby. Okay, so I have a theory that when we bring these channels up, in comparison to the heightened quality of the drums and the bass, they're going to sound very flat and very tame and very weak.
These will be lacking.
They will be weighed in the balance and found wanting. and so we're going to help them. That's a prediction.
Yeah.
Maybe not, but I think so. Let's see. All right, first of all, it sounds fucking dope. It sounds really, really, really good.
It does sound good. The thing that strikes me about it is, like, if you were doing a more dry approach to this song, the skank and the piano and the organ would sound pretty cool, actually.
Yeah.
Not bad. But they feel very divorced from the affected and, reverbed out kind of rest of the song. So it almost feels like two songs playing on top of each other and it's just kind of working out. But yeah.
Exactly. It sounds good, but it sounds like it belongs to a different song. So we want to make them join the party. So like we were talking about before, basically being good at mixing is being able to take the sound from where it is to where you want it to be. So taking it from how it sounds now to where we want it to be is basically we want it to sound more distressed, like what we did to the bass to make the bass fit. We want to have that sort of effect on this. That and the guitar and the piano need to go to the spring reverb also. Just doing that alone is gonna bridge the gap majorly. Watch. Mira. So we didn't even do anything to how the guitar and the piano actually sound. We just put them in the spring reverb, and it already blends. This is a thing that if there are any fans of Chris Lord Alge out there, this is his big thing. Is the blending and sharing of effects on multiple levels. His whole thing is make your delay. So first of all, his whole thing is get rid of the notion that there needs to be a drum reverb and a guitar reverb and a piano reverb and a vocal reverb that exist in isolation. He's like, send the vocal to the drum reverb and send the drums to the guitar reverb. So basically he's like, have a plate and a hall and a spring and put any given instrument and mix them together.
Yeah, have it
so that the ambiances get shared. And then on top of that, send your delays into those various reverbs. And he says, as the sections of the song happen, like shift how much they feed to each other. If for no other reason than to make like an emotional and experiential, like something just changed, you know?
And it just gives everything a sense of space, you know?
And
Everything's
and non-isolated space,
Yeah.
like surgical space. All of the music exists in a shared musical space by doing that.
Yeah.
So
Not Lady Echo is kind of hitting on something that is clever, and it's true. They said that's in reference to this, having instruments share reverb. That's smart, like how back in the day you only had a single reverb to have everything sent to. So in a lot of ways, by doing this, you're kind of hearkening back to, again, the way things were done and the way things were done on a lot of our favorite records, which is like, once you hear that sound enough times, you don't even know necessarily what you're hearing, but you know it when you hear it. And this is an example of one of those things. Like probably, stuff like that was developed out of necessity. It's like we only have one plate. We're not going to get another plate. It's like $10,000. And it's huge. It's like 10 feet long. Like we're not going to get a separate plate.
Well, look, even if you had unlimited tracks of tape, you could use your same plate that you have several times in isolation.
True.
You could record a pass of the drum of the plate on the drums, and then another pass of the plate on the vocals, and so on and so forth. But
it's kind of like if you and all your best friends showed up to the same party but at different times, and you never hung out together. Like over the course of a night, it's like I stayed from 8 to 9 and then left, and then you showed up from 9 to 10. We're all at the same party, but not really,
There is a party. Everyone is there.
I love it.
Yeah, way to bring in the lyrics of this song, Nate.
That's
that was
exactly
genius.
what I was doing on purpose.
Nice.
100%.
Okay, so we're gonna continue to bring a little bit more distress into this guitar and piano and organ. Is there anything else happening in the chat that we should?
There are frequent wonderful observations, but that is the most recent one.
Okay. Yeah. Let me know what else everybody else is saying. I'm not. I don't have my eye on the chat, so. Type in hey Nate, read this to Brandon right now, you MFer, or something like that, if you want to punch through Mr. Gatekeeper here.
Everyone do it.
Okay.
Everyone call me a motherfucker in the chat, please.
I said MFer.
I said
but
motherfucker.
All right, call Nate a motherfucker. Okay, let's bring some color in here. I want to do them one at a time. It's easier and better to do them one at a time. Just like we were doing each individual drum mic. This is the same philosophy. Okay. I like that. This is a emulation of this is a console channel strip. I didn't do anything to the EQ of it, nothing like that, because I've got no problem with the the tonal quality of that guitar. I just wanted to give it the quality of being squished through the channel of a console.
Take that guitar to Circuit City.
Yeah, Circuit City. And it's nice because it glues together the destructive choices that we made before. Everything that had been glued together by putting together the signals of all those microphones and of the spring reverb that's already on this guitar is now all passing through the circuits of this plugin together and getting smushed and colorized all together, which wouldn't happen if we were processing all of this stuff still in isolation. So this is something that's kind of a benefit to our choices that we printed earlier. Man, this thing is pretty formidable.
I love it.
I want to audition doing this instead of the thing that I did to the guitar just now, that channel strip. I want to try doing this to the guitar because it worked for the bass, it worked for the piano.
Yeah, why not?
And if I imagine myself in a real recording studio, I would probably use the exact same piece of gear on the guitar that I did for the bass and the piano. Why wouldn't I?
Yeah.
And so that's probably going to have a very realistic sound. Let's try it. You can hear, by the way, how puny the guitar sounds as soon as I take off that plug-in that we put on it. Mm-hmm. Once you take it away, it's like, wow. That's barely even exists in the mix now.
That sounds good too.
Yeah, I liked how it sounded better when it first came on before I touched the dials, actually. Like the default settings were perfect.
It pretty much immediately added that everything you're looking for, I think.
Yeah. So I just took it away and brought it back. These are the default settings. Guys, there's no shame in using presets, using the default settings. Like, the engineers who made these plugins put so much effort into making the decision, what are the default settings going to be? Whenever you bring it up, how is it going to be dialed in? That's a big deal. And I'm telling you, like, there are several plugins that I use religiously on every single song. Like, for example, every vocal track I ever do in any song, I bring up Waves not RVox, VComp with
That's a good one.
with the settings that come up as soon as you bring it up, and I don't touch it. It's the perfect settings. It's perfect. So I think that it may be like that for this guitar right now.
I've always found too, VComp is such a formidable plugin. It adds it's such a, like, as soon as you put it on, like, whatever you put it on just sounds huge, like gigantic. Like, I've always found that the more I tinker with it, the worse it sounds. Like, it really does. It's one of those ones.
Yep.
If you put it on a vocal, it's going to sound really good, and it's going to sound, your vocal's going to sound really present and upfront like you want. And that's because, like Brandon said, they dialed in the default settings so that, it's rad right away,
Okay, let's check out this guitar. Yep. We listened to it skank like 3 times, and it's perfect. It fits the bass and the drums so well. It belongs now. And that is something that we know by using our ears, by using our just our, like, emotions, basically, just like using our little reggae feelers that we have. Just let the part of you that is an enjoyer of music tell you when it's right, just as much as the part of you that is a creator of music to tell you that it's right, Oh my God, this sounds, Nate, this sounds so good right now, dude. Doesn't this sound good?
It really does.
Ah, God. Oh, hey, dude.
Yeah.
Before we get too far away from the drums, I just realized we never experimented with sending the timbali and maybe some other drums to the delay.
Yeah.
We should do that before we get too far away from the drums. So I'm going to try what you said first, which is just timbali to delay.
Yeah. Slap on the timbali.
Let's see it.
Chef's kiss.
It's amazing.
Yeah. It's a yours is a little longer than I would do, but it sounds really good.
Okay. I'm going to try putting lesser amount of, send the snare to it a little bit less than the timbali, but send them both to it. Mainly because it sounds like an effect that wants to happen to the backbeat of the song. Because you can hear the snare mic feeding into it just a little bit, and it sounds good. And I think it could use a little bit more. Yeah, that's better now, right?
Yeah. Just more three-dimension again.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, dude.
Yeah, this
Yeah,
is sounded pretty hot.
It's adding depth to the drum set. That's why I love it.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm glad you suggested that. Okay, so now we're going to bring in the organ. So right away I can tell that the EQ curve of this instrument completely does not fit the rest of the song. It's kind of like the inverse. So I'm gonna bring up an EQ first of all, before doing anything else. So there's a lot of very low stuff, there's a lot of very high stuff, and there's not a whole lot of stuff in between. It's a smiley face, and the whole rest of the song is kind of the opposite. So I'm going to even it out and make it belong. And I'm going to EQ it in the context of the song. So I'm going to let the rest of the song be playing while I'm EQing it. I'm not going to EQ it in isolation, because I want to make the decisions about how to shape it to make it fit in context, rather than being concerned about how good it sounds by itself, because we will never hear this by itself. Okay, so my computer's starting to crap out.
Yep.
So we're using a lot of nice, badass
It's awesome. It's made it
plugins.
this far into the mix, though.
Yeah,
I mean, the mix is
Yeah.
almost done.
yeah. I'm surprised how far it has made it. My computer would be capable of handling more than this if we weren't streaming right now. If it wasn't connected to Nate in Nashville via an audio hookup and a video hookup and a whole nother program that is like sharing my screen and plugging all the computers, my different cameras together for the stream and everything. But yeah, sometimes every computer has a limit, and for a lot of people, our computers can't handle running so many plugins. So I am going to freeze the bass track.
And you know, just because I recently updated our Patreon page, this is something we specifically would probably like to address
Yes.
as a goal for our Patreon, as a page, would be helping the stream get better. And probably the first and best way to do that would be able to upgrade computers, because
Yes.
these kind of issues would go away.
Yeah, we're trying to do this stream on computers that are running recording studios, and we're using computers that are really not that special.
Yeah.
But this computer that I'm using to do this right now was, I think it's a late 2013 iMac.
Yeah, even like we have the capability, or I mean, we don't. We could stream this in HD, like 1080p as well, but it's so taxing on the computers that there's no way. I mean,
Yeah.
like we just can't.
Yeah, we're coming to you live with 2008 video quality because of the limitations of our computers.
Help
So please become a Patreon contributor and help us bring our stream into the post-COVID world.
Yeah.
That'd be
One
awesome.
of our goals for Patreon is just help us get to 2015. Help us get out of 2008.
Right? Yeah.
We don't even need to be 2021.
Right, that's true. We get to 2015 technology, we'll be
Yeah.
like,
Take us back to the
Oh my
Obama
gosh.
years. That was good enough. Yeah. Well, that looks fine. That would look fine.
hey, what the hell what did I just freeze? Because the bass is still,
What did you just freeze?
I think I've been drinking too much whiskey. What the hell just happened?
Something froze.
Oh, I think I clicked cancel.
Oh.
Okay, so whoops. No, don't
Wow.
don't yeah. That's definitely drinking too much. I'm not even going to say what I just did. But so what I'm doing by freezing this track is, well, actually I'm just on a hunch, just because I have this nice compressor on here, which I know takes a lot of processing power, and bass rider, which is medium amount. This EQ is a medium small amount. I just suspect that the bass is one of the biggest processing power hogs, but I can actually check. I can actually look and see in reality what is the big deal. I'll go to performance meter, sort it by CPU use, and play the song, and it'll show us what are the tracks that are using the most power. Okay, so piano, guitar, skank, and bass. However, look at this. I can't remember what PDC stands for, but basically, the higher the number there means that is the track that it needs to compensate the rest of the program for, to be able to make up for it, to match it. And bass is by far the most.
Yeah.
So I'm going to freeze this, which means that it's going to print what all those plugins are doing to it into a new audio file, so that we can play this without using the plugins. And that will save the computer. So we've got 1 minute and 18 seconds, 17 seconds remaining.
All right, let's play Yakety Sax and
Yeah, man. So let's see. So next, we're gonna. What are we gonna do? I'm trying to.
well, you're pretty
Oh, I
deep
can't
in
rearrange
now.
my.
My guitar is probably the last element.
Yes. Yeah. So the lead guitar part, and I think we're going to do some real shaping with that, because
Cool.
that one, I haven't done any pre-mixing on it yet.
Cool.
So unlike the vocal, it's not already ready to go.
And remember, back from our first stream when I tracked that guitar, again, our whole philosophy, like approaching this track, has been commit to, just like I said in the beginning, commit to stuff, print stuff that you want. So like on this track, yeah, we printed a little, the guitar had distortion on it. That's pretty normal. But we also like hard printed tremolo into the track, and I think that was all we decided on. I didn't send you spring because you already have that.
Well, and the amp distortion
Yeah.
also, which there's no going back on that.
No.
It's a very dirty guitar sound, and we can't make it any cleaner.
No.
So, all right, so let's keep going on mixing our organ, and let's see if the computer keeps skipping. There we go. Sounds way better. So I high-passed it. I brought up a very wide Q area of, let's see, where is it centered? Centered at 950 hertz. I brought down a pretty wide area centered around 5.8K, and brought down a high shelf at 8K. So took down I reversed the smiley face, basically. And this is what it sounds like now. So you can hear the low lows are missing and the highs are missing compared to how it was, but man, it just fits in the song so much better.
Yeah, it says.
So now the signature of it fits, but it sounds a bit too clean compared to the rest of the song. So what have we discovered is the secret to fix that in this particular song is this freaking plugin.
Yep.
It's been doing it. So let's see how it sounds. Okay, before we do this,
Baby. That sounds
What's that?
good.
oh baby.
Yeah. Sounds good.
Okay, I'll tell you the problem that I have with how this organ sounds right now.
Okay.
The aspect of the way that this sounds that I don't like is that it sounds too close.
Yeah.
It needs this is a software instrument. This is a fake organ that I played. But the real, quote unquote, real instrument that it's trying to emulate is a B3 organ that's being played through a Leslie speaker cabinet. And both of those things are things that were built in the 60s, and they're made out of wood. And the Leslie speaker is really loud, and you put a few microphones on it. And even if you put those microphones really close, right up on it, it is still loud to the point where you are going to hear it in the room. It makes the entire room or space that you're in, you can hear it.
It's a very formidable speaker.
If you're in a bathroom, you can hear the bathroom. If you're in a kitchen, you can hear the kitchen. If you're in a small, medium, light, and so on and so on and so on. All the characteristics of the acoustics of the room that you're in, you can hear them now because the Leslie is screaming at the top of its lungs. And whenever you've been around a Leslie, that's just like the quintessential part of just what it sounds like and what it feels like to just be around one.
And like the speaker spins so fast, it's like sitting in front of a fan. Like if it's really spinning,
it moves so violently that you can feel
like
the wind. It blows your hair, like it blows your hair up. And so then that means that all of the classic recordings that we have ever heard an organ on were recordings where it basically, we have never heard the sound of a pure Leslie, of a direct sound of a Leslie. All the music that we grew up on, we have heard the sound of a Leslie in a room. That's the sound that we've heard. So this sounds completely unrealistic to me.
Just the
because
nature of a Leslie, it's like
it doesn't make any sense that you can't hear a room.
Yeah,
It doesn't even matter what room I'm hearing, because another part of it is that like the sound of a room is such a part of this that all the classic recordings that have Leslie on it, the Leslie is in a sonic space that doesn't match the rest of the song. Because with all the other instruments, you could even the drums, you could successfully either hide or change the sound of like the reverb and the space that it's in and make it sound all nice and Chris Lord algae and uniform. But you could never do that with a Leslie. Every time that we've ever heard one, we hear some frickin' room that it's in. So I don't even need for it to sound like any particular room. It just has to sound like this is sitting in a room. And it doesn't right now, and it's completely unrealistic. And it doesn't match any sound of any song that I've ever heard in my life.
It's like oxymoronic or something. I don't even know the word I'm looking for to describe it.
It makes it sound like a fake synthesizer keyboard sound.
Yeah. It shouldn't. What we're hearing shouldn't exist, right? It's a complete synthesis that should not exist. You should not be able to know what a Leslie speaker sounds like without a room. Basically, it's a paradox almost. It's like if you recorded a Leslie in space, like maybe, but no, sound doesn't travel in space, so you still wouldn't hear it.
If a Leslie screams in space, no one will hear its room. So, okay, so I
go ahead. Put a
ahead.
Leslie in like an anechoic chamber and recorded that, like what the fuck would that even sound like?
It would probably be just as unnatural sounding as like your own human speech sounds unnatural in an anechoic chamber. Okay, so I'm going to simulate that. I'm going to replicate what it would sound like if these fake microphones that don't exist that we recorded this sound with had the room bleeding into them also. So I'm going to take away this fancy compressor that we just put on it, because I want to get the sound right in order. So the reason why I took that compressor away is because I don't want there to exist any processing that's happening later down the chain than the thing that I'm touching, because it will totally affect the decisions that I'm making on this stage. So I'm going to use the other Abbey Road reverb that we were talking about, which is Abbey Road Chambers. And this is the reverb that I use whenever I just want to make something sound like it's just in a recording studio room. So here we go. Let's do it. And so for this part, I actually am gonna listen to it in isolation because I'm trying to simulate a real life thing. So I want to hear it in detail. Oh yeah, this is a big taxer.
Yeah.
This is a big taxer on the computer. So let's see if if my computer can even survive doing this.
You can do
Ouch.
it. You can do it,
Yeah.
computer.
So I can still listen through the computer fart sounds and get it to sound the way that I want. Like, you know, if I can tell that I'm getting the effect that I want, and then I'll print it or freeze it and then keep working. So that I don't have to worry about it. So I'm just trying to fake a room sound. That's all I'm trying to do.
Ooh.
And then actually
Sounds
I'm
really
realizing
good.
it's already sounding more realistic, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I just realized I have these in reverse. I want to put the EQ that I'm doing after the reverb because the sound of the room would be coming through the mics. So I would be EQing I don't want to put this reverb on after I EQ it because that is just physically impossible. That doesn't exist. Okay, that to me sounds
Sounds like a room.
that is what a Leslie sounds like
Yep.
when you record it to me. Okay, so I am now.
I wonder how this will change your EQ curve that you did.
Yeah, so I'm gonna copy this EQ, bypass it, and I'm gonna freeze it so that I'm just freezing the reverb on it, and then I'm gonna put the EQ back on so that I can control it later on. Oh boy, this is how taxing it is. So we got almost 5 minutes worth of processing this.
Wow.
So yeah, so these Abbey Road EQ or Abbey Road reverb plugins, I love them. They're really nice, but man, they're serious business. They're very heavy duty. They take a lot of processing power.
Yeah.
Yeah. And the real thing that this is emulating takes no processing power because what this is simulating is a chamber reverb, that means that in the recording studio, some other room somewhere in the building, they have set up a speaker and some microphones, and you can send the sound of your voice or your drums or your guitar or whatever you're doing and play it in that room and use those microphones to record the sound of what that sounds like being played through the speaker in your nice reverberating room. Which
they're pretty incredible spaces too. When I used to work at Capitol Studios in Hollywood, the chambers in Capitol are like world famous. And for the longest time, they refused to allow any impulse responses to be taken of those chambers because they were the signature sound of Capitol. I mean, it's like you would have guys like Paul McCartney would fly across the world to, partially, to have that reverb on his record. You know what I mean? And
exactly.
and that's a real example. like Paul McCartney for actually, you know.
I'm not exaggerating.
No, yeah,
That's
he's not
literally
an
Paul
example.
McCartney.
He's not an example I'm giving. It's like that's the sound that's the reverb sound of In the Wee Small Hours and Sinatra and like Nat King Cole and like all these amazing artists that made such a huge stamp on music that from that point forward, like every major artist ever wanted that sound. That's how big of a deal these chambers are. And so you can imagine how valuable something like that would be to a studio. And basically what it is it's a, well, speaking specifically of at Capitol, if you go underneath the building of Capitol Studios and then you were to walk down, basically you have to walk down this crazy ladder that if you fell down, you would literally break your neck and die. It's that
Yeah,
deep.
how far is it? Like,
Man, it's got to be 20 feet at least, 25.
so we're talking about an underground room in Los Angeles that like doesn't exist.
Yes.
There are no cellars here. There's no wow.
It's not even a room. It's because Capitol has 8 different chambers. So you go down there, and the first thing you see, you walk straight from the ladder. First thing you see on the left is all the plates, all the real plates they have.
Oh yes.
So you'll see like these giant 10-foot long plates, and basically it's like a steel. It's like a piece of cold rolled steel or something like that, and you send music to it, and it's like artificial reverb, basically, or it's a plate reverb sound. But what these chambers are, and again, they have 8 of them, is and they're all slightly different from each other. You walk down there, and kind of in this almost like octagon, you're surrounded by all these rooms, and each one you walk into a room, and it's like they're all shaped kind of weird and different. There's no parallel lines. Like there's not a wall here and a wall there. Like everything is like kind of weird.
Do you mean like that room that was full of doors that Bart Simpson was in when he was trying to get away from the tiger, and he didn't know what door the tiger was behind, and he's just like surrounded by a bunch of doors numbered 1 through 8?
Your Simpsons knowledge is greater than mine, my friend. I don't know that one.
Like that?
Yeah.
Cool.
But yeah, so there's 8 of these rooms, and they all have weird, different shapes, and they're all completely concrete, but they're also painted with this like super reflective lacquer.
Oh, to make it like brighter sounding. Or whatever?
Yeah. And dude, I'm talking like when you walk, you're down under the ground, and it's like, you know, you're underground. It's pretty quiet, and there's no echo down there. And then you walk into one of these rooms, and it's like if you were to like just the putting your foot down like that, it's like this explosion of reverb.
What the fuck?
It's incredible.
It's the opposite of an anechoic chamber.
It really is. Yeah, it's the most reflective.
That's trippy as fuck.
It's the most reflective space I've ever been in by far. It's
Oh,
awesome.
I wish so bad that I got to
Yeah, to go
see
down there.
that when you worked there, Nate.
Yeah. And
Nate.
what?
I wish I had an invitation.
I should have. Yes.
No, I'm just teasing.
Yeah.
I'm just looking for stuff to talk about.
Yeah.
That's amazing, though. So, like, by treating the surface with a special lacquer, yeah, man, I don't know. Just recording studios like that, it's so cool. You know, like the EMI engineers at Abbey Road, Capitol Studios is just like that, right? Like
They're sister
this.
studios.
This are they?
They're common owner, yeah, at this point.
Oh, I didn't even know that.
Yeah.
But yeah, just like a team of it's like a musical NASA.
Yeah.
You know?
Really. They used to wear lab coats for a reason at Abbey Road. They were audio scientists, you know, they really were. But yeah, so I mean, you can imagine how, you know, building a specific space, let alone 8 of them, in Los Angeles underground, it's very expensive. There's maintenance involved. You know, and it's also just their signature sound. So it's like they
Yeah,
for the
it's a
longest
protected
time,
trade secret kind
Yeah,
of thing,
yeah.
right? Like the recipe to Coca-Cola or something.
absolutely. And so for the longest time, they wouldn't give up any impulse responses. And just recently, I was working there while they were doing this, and I kind of touched on this earlier in the stream. They had Apollo come down, and they took impulse responses with tons of different microphones and different speaker configurations down there, and they did them of, I don't think they did all of them, but they did like the top ones. Like chamber number 4 is the $1 million chamber. That's Sinatra. That's when Al Schmidt was alive and he was there every day. Chamber number 4 was like his go-to that he used on most everything. In my experience getting to watch him, and that one was kind of like from what I remember, it was like the sweet spot. It wasn't too short, it wasn't too long. It was just like a really well balanced reverb. And then there were ones like chamber number 8 was like super long, and then there was other ones that were like really really short, you know. And they achieved this by the room dimensions and the surfaces in the room. And so it's really fascinating. Chambers are incredible, and I feel really lucky I got to go in them. I'm very
Yeah, that is some
privileged to be able to do that.
historical stuff, man. That's really cool.
Yeah, very very cool. But yeah, I want to check out the chamber plugins because I've heard they're great, but they only work with Apollo gear. You have to have a UAD
The hardware.
hardware.
Yeah. And
Bums
probably
me
at
out.
this point a fucking membership or
Totally.
subscription. So
You know-
many people are going subscription. Me and John Roy were talking about how Reason just went subscription model and everything. Dude.
I looked up.
This is a whole nother
Yeah, it really is.
this is a whole nother thing.
The chambers, the chamber plugins are only $140. They're on sale right now from $350 to $140 right now. And I forgot that they require UAD hardware. And while during the stream earlier, I went on UAD to go look. I was literally gonna buy them right now because I'm like, I really want those. And I looked at the small print. And it was like, gotta have UAD hardware. I was like, you can't hear me? What happened? Something happened. Hello? I don't see your signal in here anymore. Ah, I see. Okay, we're having quick, tiny audio trouble. I'm gonna go to the. Looks like Brandon's fixing it right now. Here we go. There we go.
Okay. I can hear you now. I think the stream could still hear you, but I couldn't.
Yeah, no, I was talking the stream through whatever happened there.
Oh, tight. Okay, you dropped some wisdom about UAD gear and subscriptions and whatnot.
Yeah, I was just saying, I don't know how much of that you caught, but during the stream, I went on online to buy the UAD plugins or the Capital Chamber plugins,
And
they're $140. They're on sale from $350 to $140, but they don't work without the Apollo hardware, so I can't get them.
and
not gonna
like
get
the
'em.
cheapest one of those is like a grand or something, isn't it?
And I don't need it.
Right.
I don't
Yeah.
need that.
You would just have to, right, you would have to replace some piece of gear that you're already using and happy with.
Yeah, my A to D is amazing.
Yes.
I don't need Apollo, and I don't need, any ins or outs. I got a
I got a
console.
D to A for you.
There
But
we go.
yeah.
I think that's a mistake on Apollo's part. It's like you have to be
Yeah.
a at a certain level in your career to use the capital chamber plugins. Like,
Yeah, it's such a shame how such a strong money grab ends up coming to these various industries like
Yeah.
you know sound technology and video games and stuff like that.
yeah. Anyway, how'd the
Anyway,
freeze
okay.
go?
Yeah, so let's check out our organ sound. Hopefully we're happy with our organ sound because we just committed 5 minutes to printing it.
Yep. Ooh, yeah.
Okay, so that sounds like the room,
Happiness. That's
but we
good.
want to paste this EQ on it, which is going to make it sound even better. Hell yeah.
Yeah.
Let's see what this sounds like in context of the song.
God, that sounds good.
Okay, about 1,000 times more realistic sounding
Pure reggae.
and just better sounding. It's pure what?
It's pure reggae, dude. It sounds so good.
It's pure reggae. Exactly. Exactly. Okay. So now we're going to put that magical compressor on it because it's not as dirty as, oh no, not chambers. Don't do that.
Oh God.
I don't want to set my computer on fire.
Yeah.
This one.
There we go.
There we go. Let's try this. Dude, and that fucking tape delay that's on the drums now too, man. Oh my God.
Yep.
It sounds so sweet. All right, fam. Now,
Guitar time.
guitar time. Let's let it roll from the top of the song, actually. So, we were actually kind of listening to it from about the middle. So let's see what this sounds like when we roll it from the top. Pretty sweet.
I'm excited.
Okay, so the guitar sounds very cool, but it doesn't fit. It just doesn't belong in the identity and the space of the song that we've created so far. I'm gonna just play around with it and do some stuff, and then we'll look more closely at what I did afterward. Start it over from the top again. How good does that sound? Sounds pretty good, doesn't it?
It does.
Okay, so the one thing that I want to do... Okay, so let's see. What did we do so far? So I put this thing on there. This is yet another Abbey Road thing. This is called a ADT, which is a automatic or automated double tracker. So this is an emulation of a machine that one of those EMI sound scientists made at Abbey Road Studios. And the way that he did it was he took a direct output from one of the channels from their playback tape machine and sent that signal to another tape machine, and let the natural variance of the speed between the two tapes simulate the effect of as if you double tracked that part. So if the thing that you're sending over there is a vocal performance, just like a single voice singing, the end result would be that it sounded as if you had that singer record that part twice, and it's double tracked. And that's what we're doing to the guitar here.
Which is cool to do to the guitar because the guitar, maybe not so much in the original, but at least in this, it feels like a almost like a secondary vocal, not quite, but like there's enough going on in the guitar that it's kind of like it's at the very least like a featured performer.
It's a melody. It's like the secondary, maybe even the primary melody of the song.
Yeah,
like your ear is following it the whole time.
It's the Pesci to your De Niro, if we're gonna use something that I love.
Madon. Couldn't have put it better myself.
The Polly Walnuts to your Tony Soprano in this song.
The bacala to your Junior soprano.
Yeah. Well, I think you'd be Junior, I'd be Bobby in this case, right?
You think so?
Well, right. Junior was like he was the boss. Bobby was like his Bobby was his helper.
Well, Junior wore glasses.
Okay.
I don't know. I don't think that either one of us is at all like Junior or like Bobby. But
By the way,
But yeah,
my
it-
favorite
yeah.
meta moment, maybe in all television history, is when Junior and Bobby are sitting in Junior's living room watching HBO, and Curb Your Enthusiasm comes on, and it's Larry David and Jeff Garland.
Oh.
And Junior just goes, like, he mentions something about, like, what am I doing on TV? It's so funny. I like literally like
Jeff Bacala is there too.
yeah, it's literally like Junior and Bobby Bacala look exactly like Larry David and Jeff Garland.
Wow, I never even noticed that.
I'm a huge Curb
That's
fan
pretty
too,
funny.
so my brain just started like imploding on itself from laughter. It was so good.
That trips me out to think that Curb Your Enthusiasm is as old as The Sopranos is.
99, dude.
That's crazy.
Fucking nuts.
That's fucking crazy.
Right after Seinfeld. That's all.
Yeah, I slept on that show for the first like 15 years of its existence for sure.
It's so funny.
Okay, so mother effing yeah.
Yeah.
So the one last thing that I want to do is I want to EQ out the harsh bite of the amp overdrives on those chords. So I'm going to put in an EQ before any of these. And I'm going to use a different EQ. I'm going to use this one, which is completely clean and has no coloration whatsoever. This is a purely diagnostic, technical EQ to use.
I love this EQ.
It is
So
effing
helpful.
brilliant.
It's such a helpful tool.
Yeah. So I'm going to isolate.
This EQ is like having a screwdriver. Like if you're trying to build something, it's like, oh, where's my screwdriver? Here you go.
Exactly. So I'm going to isolate that bite and reduce.
You can hear my amp.
So I think it has a couple harmonics.
Yeah.
So I gotta find them. Let me take it to the part where it's the most pronounced, which is don da dot, which is in the chords where you're strumming out them chords. Let's find these footballs here. There it is.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. There it is.
Yeah.
Remember, you can tell you found it when the part that you don't like just jumps out like, oh, boy.
You know, it doesn't surprise me that you're hearing it up there, because I do remember boosting a little bit of 5K on my console, and it doesn't surprise me at all. You're hearing a multiple of that that's kind of causing some harsh distortion. Oh, your mute's flipped.
Whoops. Makes perfect sense.
Yeah.
I had my switch backwards again. Okay, let's see what this sounds like now. Hear it from the top of the song.
So Groove
Where it
Stranger's
drops.
asking, how do you tame that? Is it basically a high cut?
Oh, great question. Well, it's not a high cut, because if it were a high cut, you would be able to see basically an entire shelf come off of this. Let's see. Let me just show you.
Which I actually often do. I'll cut everything above like 10K.
Oh, got it. Okay, so yeah, you can do a shelf cut like this. It's one way of doing it.
Yeah.
Let's see how this sounds. It doesn't sound bad. I think that sounds better than what I was doing.
It's a bunch of junk up there. You don't-
Wow.
You don't need it on guitar.
Yeah, it sounds very good.
It's garbage.
Yeah, that sounds way better. Okay, well, what I was doing was not a high cut, but a high cut worked better. There you have it.
Good suggestion, Groove Stranger.
Thank you, Groove Strange.
Thank you, as always.
Grooving on Strange. Okay, I'm gonna send. So normally, this guitar part is not part of the skank. It's not skanking. But if I make its own bus, it would exist by itself, because it's the only thing in the entire song that is not one of these things. Normally, I have a whole other bus for all of the other music that is not the skank.
Wow.
But I am going to put it in skank, just so that it gets blended together with something.
Skanktown.
Yeah. This guitar is going to Skanktown.
That's where me and Brandon grew up.
Skank Scudero. Pretty sweet. Pretty sweet. Pretty sweet. Okay. Oh, you got something?
Yeah, some breaking news, actually.
Let's do it.
So my good friend out of Portland, Alma Rocks, who's an electronic musician that I've known for a long time. He's incredible, and he actually did a reggae track this month. He usually does kind of more. I don't even know how to describe it. He's a really, really unique electronic musician, but he hasn't really gotten anywhere close to reggae. But he did a straight up reggae cover of Salisbury Hill by Peter Gabriel.
Oh man, that's
It's
awesome.
sick. It's really good.
Holy cow.
He is also using some Horseman drums. So our secret's out at this point.
I gotta hear this.
Yeah. So I dropped the link in the chat. So there's an original mix of the song that he did, and then there's also a Black Market dub remix that I did here at High Noon. So please, tomorrow is Bandcamp Friday. I wish I had something to drop tomorrow, but I don't. But I did do this remix for Alma Rocks. The link is in the chat. Go spend $1 or $2. This guy is an awesome musician, and I really loved getting to work with him. And this song is so sick. You guys will love this track. And tomorrow, so around, I don't know, 11 or noon tomorrow, I'm going to drop the dub video that I did for that track as well. So
I'm gonna be watching it.
looking forward to it. But yeah, links in the chat. Go support Alma Rocks and anybody who's your favorite artist on Bandcamp. Tomorrow's the moneymaker day. Bandcamp Friday's huge for artists.
Can you explain what Bandcamp Friday is in particular and why it's good for artists?
Yeah, so Bandcamp is great. They are very equitable and very fair with how they break down their cut that they take from artists. Like it's basically like, I don't even know. You probably keep about 80%, but
maybe more.
Yeah, maybe more. But there is a fee that you have to pay to Bandcamp, and ever since COVID, they have pretty much every Friday, not every Friday, but the first Friday of every month since COVID began, they have been dropping their fee. So artists make the only thing artists have to pay really is like a PayPal transaction fee, which they have no control over.
Yeah, that's PayPal taking it, not them.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. That's PayPal. But Bandcamp takes nothing. The first Friday of every month, Bandcamp doesn't make any money, but in return, all these artists drop there's so many releases that come out every Bandcamp Friday. I mean, I've done like 12 since Bandcamp Friday started. Like I've done a ton. But yeah, so tomorrow is the day where you can realize the most profits from your music because the fee's gone and because there's so much attention brought to the Bandcamp space every Bandcamp Friday. So it's huge. A lot of artists that we know and we work with, it's like, man, if they make $5 on their song, they're like pumped. Like that's how it is for artists sometimes. You know what I mean? Like it means a lot to have someone pay for your song. Like this guy, he paid me to work on his stuff. He paid to get it mastered at a real mastering house. Like it's sick. He definitely deserves some love. So please go check out Alma Rocks, and I'll be dropping the dub video tomorrow.
It's so cool. I'm so interested to see how he handled all the different meter changes and all the odd meter and whatnot that's happening in that song.
Cool.
That's really cool.
Yeah.
All right. Let's see what's next. What am I doing? I can't remember where I stopped. When in doubt, listen to it from the beginning. Oh, I remember what I was going to do. Periodically, I will redo the balance. So like how we have been stacking literally from left to right, track by track by track by track, setting our fader levels and our volume blend. Periodically, once I get a little bit deep in, I can tell I've lost focus on the drums, because remember we are operating on the philosophy that the kick and the snare need to be those pillars that are holding up the Golden Gate Bridge. And as we go along, each new element that I put in, I just naturally make it a bit louder than I'm going to want it to be ultimately, because I'm paying attention to it and I'm listening to it and I need it to be out front. So we've gotten to one of the stages where the drums are buried more than we want them to be. And in my experience, it's pretty hard to just like make slight adjustments one by one. So I am literally going to go back and I'm going to bring down everything except for the drums and bring them back up and make a new balance. That is not a plug for the shoe company. Okay, that sounds like a band.
You know, when you push the drums like that, it really enunciates the tightness of the guitar too. Like I was really purposefully trying to like land on those on the downbeats when I was playing, and you can I couldn't really tell before. I wasn't really getting that from the performance, but now it's like when you push the drums like that, like, and the guitar just lands right on those snare hits, like it's sick.
Right, that effect, like, because that is a feature of the way that you want to perform bass a lot of the time, right? Mm-hmm. Is like nail and lock in tight with drum hits, like this guitar part. And it only really works if the mix balance is that part is behind the drums. Mm-hmm. If there's some part about how you're, because I think that before now we've always heard this where sonically your guitar is more
way up front,
is more in front than the drum that you're locking into. Mm-hmm. And so that effect is completely lost, and it actually has the opposite effect. It sounds like, why is he playing on top of why is he getting in the way of the drum?
Totally. Yeah, those transients mask any kind of if I am on top of it, you kind of can't tell anymore, even if I was, because those transients hit so hard. You know, it's like it locks the guitar right there because you're so drawn to that.
Right. The guitar notes become a sustain of the drum hit.
Yep.
The drum, you hear the drum, and then it has this a pitch like feature, a guitar piece added onto it as a tail.
Yep.
Yeah. So, yeah, I mean that's one of the ways that mixing and the process of mixing is something that serves the song and the musicianship that went into it and everything, you know, like for me, such a big portion of the mixing that I've done professionally is as a monitor engineer, monitor mixer for live sound.
Which explains a lot about how you got so surgical with certain frequencies and stuff. Like you have to be.
You have to be, because the monitor engineer is the one who eliminates feedback happening from the microphones in the concert.
Yeah, in the room.
In the room, space. In the space, on the stage. If it's an outdoor concert or an indoor concert, it's the monitor mixing that is the thing that eliminates or fails to eliminate the feedback.
Yeah.
And so, because I did that so much when I was learning as an engineer, I've always understood it from the perspective that, like, I have a lot in my hands that can ruin this music. So ever since then, I've seen mixing not so much from like all of these opportunities that I have in my hands to make the music good. I look at it in terms of all the ways that I could potentially ruin this music.
Wow.
And so things like that are part of it. Like this guitar player, Nate, he took such great care to perform this guitar part to lock in with the drum. So the balance between that drum and his guitar could potentially ruin the entire point of why he performed it like that.
And remember, we did do specific stuff with that guitar part where I broke it up and played it more like a bass line on purpose.
Exactly.
So to lose that effect would be a shame, because that was a major intent, a major part of our intent for that part of the song.
And it's also true that if it sounds good, it is good. So even if I did end up mixing it in a way that was completely antithetical to the original intention, if it was dope, it's dope.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter. I mean, the world is full of recordings and movies and books and TV shows. The finished product is such a fucking travesty against the original idea. But the finished product is great.
For a second, when you were saying the world is full, like the world is, I thought you were going to say the world is flat.
By the way, you guys, the world is flat.
The world is flat.
How can we live on a basketball?
Don't go near the poles. You'll fall off into space. Wait, not the poles. The edge?
Right,
Don't go to the edge.
The left side or the right side.
Oh my God.
Okay, let's listen to this. Sounds pretty tight.
How do they say? What do they say? That's how reggae is recorded, right?
That's how reggae is recorded. Yeah.
Indeed.
We should put a link to that in the chat also. Oh boy, here we go for another 5-minute one. because I need to print these skank tracks because I can feel the computer starting to struggle.
Yeah.
That is, there's a really good documentary about Lee Perry recording.
Oh, that's what that is. I remember this.
It's on YouTube. He's recording the song "Mr. Music" with the Heptones. Junior Mervin is there.
Ironic, I forgot that because that's one of my favorite videos of all time.
Yeah, that might be the best video that's on YouTube. And there's this guy who's doing voiceover. There's like something like music only sounds right when it's recorded in Jamaica. Mr. Perry, or like other engineers might think that his track sound distorted. Or
Not in Jamaica.
yeah, he's like, but that's how reggae is recorded.
That used to be like our unofficial like call sign in the house when we lived together. Every time we'd see each other, that's how reggae's recorded.
That's how reggae is recorded. Yeah. Okay, so after this, we're gonna bring in the vocals.
Vox.
The vocals, and if we've done our job right, it'll fit. It will sonically make sense. I'll probably put a little vocal rider on there, just even it out a little bit. So normally we would be doing a fair amount of like automation, volume automation, make things sound one way in the verse, one way in the chorus, and we may do that because we do want it to be like, I don't know. We'll have to hear it. We'll have to base it on what we hear, because
Yeah. And we don't necessarily have to do that tonight. You know, we can just show people this is how we treated every single instrument. Here's the full balance. And
yeah, that's a good point.
yeah, I mean, I'm sure you'll do a little bit more work on this after the stream, and that's fine. But this is essentially going to be the mix you're going to use to when you put this song out.
That's right. This is how this reggae was recorded. And yeah, I mean, I might do more just like volume automation to this after we finish the stream, but yeah, all this tonight, this was 90% of the way that we do it.
Yep. And do you have a target I think I ask you this every week, but do you have a target release date for this one?
No, I don't.
But it's close though.
Yeah, I'm gonna make the target right now.
Okay.
In este momento. It'll be next Friday. We'll release it next Friday. Well,
Okay.
that's assuming actually I need you on this, that if you can balance these stems and put them on tape by then, because that glorious tape machine that is behind Nate, part of the YSL music workflow is that I mix the music like this, and then I'm gonna give him these stems, the drums, bass, skank, vocals, effects.
Partially to finish his version, and so that I can do a dub version. That's another reason why I need these stems.
Yes.
And
Exacto.
then, yeah, then I will send both to tape, and we'll finish it up that way.
That could be another cool stream to do one where we're showing off your fancy tape machine.
That would be really cool. Yeah, I think we should. I have to
Maybe we
figure
should
out.
have people vote in the chat. Next time, should we do
Yeah.
tape machine? Should we do Nate Does Live Dub? Or should we watch an episode of Star Trek Deep Space Nine?
Oh, so that does land on another thing we should touch on before we go tonight, and while we still have some people watching. What day is it? I don't know. The 10th is my birthday, and I'm going.
It is.
It is. So I'm gonna go on a much needed hopefully not COVID-filled vacation to Austin, Texas. Y'all, we're going to Texas. Y'all, we're going to Texas. We're going to Texas. Yeah, so I'll be doing that. I'm going to Texas from the 11th to the 15th. So I actually will not be available to stream next week. So Brandon and I have had kind of loose discussions about what to do to fill the time. We're either going to A, miss a stream, which sucks and we don't want to do that. B, play some kind of maybe pre-recorded stream that we'll do. We'll pre-record a stream and then air it on Thursday. Or we've even talked about doing some kind of like a filler show where we just play. I mean, I've done 150 Black Market tracks, plus Brandon's got tons of music as well. We were thinking about just building a playlist and doing kind of like those lo-fi hip-hop channels, just like playing for a couple hours, just like a random mix of like tons of like Black Market stuff that I'm sure a lot of people haven't listened to it forever. So who knows? We're going to figure that out, but definitely next week will be kind of a different, possibly weird stream. But the week after that, we will be back to normal. But we may decide just to pre-record something. We might do that. I don't know yet.
Maybe, yeah, I mean, those of you in the chat, if you've got some kind of preference or some kind of idea
Yeah.
or something, you know, like what
What do you
would
want
be
to
cool?
see?
Yeah, what would be cool?
Yeah.
Ready to bring in these vocals here?
Let's do it.
Let's hear this. Hold up. I want to go back to the beginning of the song. I want to hear this in Splon text.
Everyone is trying to get to the bar. Name of the bar.
pretty sweet, eh?
Baby. That sounds so good.
Good. Good.
You know, maybe this is me getting ahead of myself because I can't wait to dub this out. There are spaces where I think there's room for a cool effect, and it's a pretty regular space. Every time you finish a vocal phrase, there's not always, the guitar isn't quite a call and response thing with the vocal, and if that were more the case, I don't think I would suggest this. But I think there's room for a longer delay. So like heaven, like very subtle, but like a longer delay. Do you kind of get what I'm saying?
Yes. Like a quarter note delay on the vocal kind of thing.
Definitely.
Yeah. For sure. I think so. Yeah, the next stage of what I'm gonna do with this mix is actually so basically everything that we've done so far is getting the sounds of the tracks. Everything else that I'm gonna do past this point is like automation.
Yeah.
And I'm actually gonna put dub elements into it. I think there's gonna be times where like the skank goes away. There may be a time when the drums go away.
Nice.
Like full on things. Not only will it sound good and more getting more creative and dynamic with the delays and with the effects that happen throughout the song rather than it being one static effect setting that carries throughout the song. But not only that, but not only does it just sound good in these songs, but I like putting some dub elements into these sort of to force your hand and to make it be that now the dub version of this song has to be very dubby.
I like
because
that.
the original already is to some degree dubbed. You know what I mean? So your version now has to be like a total deconstruction.
It's gonna be
like Demolition
drums-based
Zone.
vocal.
Yeah.
It's gonna be drums based vocal because earlier in the night when you were doing that, I was like, this song is so ripe for a drums based vocal mix that kind of just uses the skanks as like a dub accessory.
Yeah.
It's so I mean, it's begging for that. Like, so I think that's the direction I'm probably gonna take it.
Man, I'm so excited for this.
Me too.
Let me do one more pass through with this vocal dealy.
All right.
And I think once we get this sitting there, then basically what we've accomplished is the mix.
Yep.
And then everything else after this is like artistic flourishes to the song.
Yeah.
So we've been doing this for 5 hours.
Yeah.
Well, we did the French thing for the first hour. We've been doing this for 4 hours, and
Oh my god.
man,
Yeah.
doesn't that feel like we did that yesterday?
It really does. Technically, I did. It's one now.
Oh yeah, that was yesterday for you. Okay, here we go.
Everyone is trying to get to the bar. Name of the bar.
needs a fade. I love that. That ending's cool.
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with it. I guess the reason why I was planning on a fade was as an homage to the original, but
Yeah, no, that ending kind of
but I guess it doesn't need it.
doesn't remind me of an eternal heavenly party. Sounds like a party's ending, which is kind of
Right.
not what we're trying to do.
Good. Yeah. No, that's a good point. You know, I mean because everything has got a. It doesn't have to, but
Yeah.
it's cool when everything serves what the song is, what the song is about,
Yep.
what the song is supposed to evoke in you. And yeah, I mean, a fade is very consistent with.
I would say your
Yeah.
handling of the vocals as well really emphasized the heavenly nature of the lyrics. I really liked that about it.
Wow, thanks, man.
The whole song, really. I mean, you nailed the vibe of the lyrics probably better than they did in a weird way.
Whoa.
Just
You
saying.
said it.
Just saying.
Wow.
I said what I said. I meant what I said.
Thanks, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I took that aspect of it very seriously. You know, I mean, like all the other songs that I've been doing, and Wise Owl sings his favorites. It's like what the song is about and what it means, and everything is like just as big a part of it as how much I like the music of the song.
Yeah.
And so, you know, this was a big one. So, you know, what the song is saying, what it's about, what it means, and the whole thing. Yeah, it was a big deal, and it meant a lot to me to, like, I feel like when I listen to the original recording that I can feel like how much care David Byrne, at least, and the other people like put into it. So I didn't want to reduce that in any way.
No.
I want to at least put as much care into it as they did.
I think you emphasized the feeling he was trying to evoke in the lyrics like really well. The track really has kind of an ethereal vibe to it that I've found a lot of these Wise All tracks have. It's a really cool quality that I don't really impart on a lot of my stuff. Yeah, excellent work. For everybody who's been here tonight, I really hope you got something out of this. I know I did. You don't even have to be an engineer or a musician even. Just, I've found that watching anyone walk you through their craft and their methodology and their reasoning for doing things, you can almost always apply certain things you take away to your own craft. And I hope that anybody watching tonight who's stuck with us, and by the way, a lot of people have been watching this a whole time, which is insane.
Really?
Yes. We've had at least like 5 or 6 people the whole time.
Oh, that's awesome.
So cool.
That's great.
Because this is a really long stream.
Yeah, I think this is the long. No, that's awesome, man. I love that you guys hang out with us, and that we got kind of like our crew, our regular crew. That's very cool.
It's developing for sure. That being said, we should probably call it a night. Like I said earlier, tomorrow is Bandcamp Friday. So please go out there. Don't just support me and Brandon. Support your favorite bands. Support anybody out there who's making independent music. That's what Bandcamp's about. We don't put our stuff out on Spotify. I don't know anybody that really does, to be honest. We all
My stuff is on Spotify.
Sure, okay,
But I don't. But I like fully. Whenever somebody wants to know where my music is, I always tell them Bandcamp now.
Same,
Like,
yeah.
I didn't know. I put it on Spotify first.
Look, Spotify.
I did
put it
not
on
know.
Spotify. I just can't.
That's how I learned.
I shit on Spotify, but no, yeah, it's Bandcamp's the best. And by the way, we're not like sponsored by Bandcamp or anything. I just am a big believer in their platform. It's the best way to support artists in 2021, for sure.
Yeah, the only people that we're sponsored by is you guys, the people who subscribe,
Yeah, exactly.
patrons, people who, yeah, spend the money on Bandcamp. I mean, you guys are the only ones who are,
Keeping us afloat.
yeah, contributing financially to what we're doing. So,
Yeah.
So if you got some kind of like mattress or stamps, online stamps thing that you want us to
Sure.
do to push on this thing, then let us know, because you are our sponsors.
Yeah. We'll hawk your pillows or wherever the fuck. We don't care. We do. Honestly, if it ever came to it, I would much rather be 100% powered by Patreon and supporters than ever doing any kind of ads or anything like that. I'm not that into it at all.
I'm not above it.
I'm not above it.
I'll do it, whatever. Like,
No, I'm with
I would
you.
happily do it.
I'm with you. I would do it too, but I would prefer not to and just have us, be supported directly by patrons. That would be better, ideally.
Yeah. That is the ideal way. I mean, yeah.
So if you haven't subscribed to us on Bandcamp or Patreon yet, that is how Brandon and I make this work and keep this continuing. If you guys like this, please go to patreon.com/blackmarketdub and subscribe. I just updated all the tiers, all the goals, everything. There's now exclusive merch you can get only through Patreon. There's nowhere else to get Black Market merch. And we're also going to work on getting some Wise Owl merch up there, I think. We've talked a little bit about that.
Yes, soon coming.
Yeah, soon coming.
T-shirts, hats, and all kinds of cool Wise Owl stuff.
Yeah. So, Bandcamp Friday tomorrow, dropping a dub video. Join the Patreon if you can. And next week will be weird. We don't know what's going to happen next week because I'm going to be out of town, but something.
And then, honestly, I might be for the week after that also. So
we could be on a hiatus. I don't know.
Yeah, we'll figure it out. But we're gonna give you guys some sort of awesomeness at this time, Thursday 6 p.m. There
will be content.
This is our home, and even if from time to time we may be gone for a week or two or whatever, we're always coming back here.
Yeah.
And we'll let you know. So as long as you follow us on Bandcamp or on Instagram or all of the above, or Patreon, all this stuff that's above us here, every time that if we ever are gone, it won't be for long, and we will let you know when we're coming back to do another 10 in a row or whatever.
Totally.
And then also the other last thing that I will say to market ourselves and push ourselves also too is if you guys have seen anything that makes you want to have us, either one of us or both of us, be people who work on your music that you are producing, either as musicians or as engineers, you can contact us. That is what we do for a living, outside of us doing this as artists. Yeah, right. We are. Our services are available to you just as much as they are to any one of our other clients.
Absolutely.
So, you can do that too.
Call me. Call Brandon. Cool. Well, last thing before we roll to the end credits, I've built a new outro screen.
Oh yeah, this is the debut of the new outro screen that Nate made.
Yeah, debut of the new outro screen, an exclusive song that you, as of right now, you can only listen to and watch the video for on Patreon. It's an unlisted YouTube video, so you can watch me dubbing out this song on the outro video that you're gonna hear. And we're gonna start doing Patreon and Bandcamp subscriber shout outs at the end of every video from now on. Every live stream we do, if you want your name included and thanked at the end of our videos, at the end of these live streams, become a patron. Join Patreon. Join Bandcamp subscription. Whatever. I need to work on my. I need to work on like my ad reads.
I think you're doing pretty good, man.
trying.
You're doing great.
Yeah, we're real people. We're real people trying to make this work. We are not YouTube influencer people.
Or yeah, like at one point you find yourself in a place in life where it's like, oh shit, I need to like learn how to list off all of my social media things, and I need to come up with a way to talk about asking people to subscribe to my thing. It's a weird place to find yourself there all of a sudden.
It really is, because I've
Being
always
used to living under a rock.
Yeah, I've never
before
cared
then,
about
yeah.
that. We grew up with MySpace. Like fucking nobody hawked their MySpace.
Right.
Like that's
Subscribe to
not.
my MySpace.
Friend me, bro. Let me be in your top 5.
Yeah, no, dude. You remember when like people? I remember people at school would have like serious beef with each other
For real.
because somebody took somebody off the top 8,
top
or
8,
like
that's what it was.
yeah,
Dude.
or
yes.
or like asking somebody would ask somebody else to put them in their top 8, and they would like say no, and be like, "What the fuck, dude?" It's like
This is very
those people
political.
have beef now.
It
Yeah.
got it's political, man.
Oh, good
Straight
times.
up.
Good times.
All right. Well, I think that about does it. Brandon, excellent work tonight. It was really fun and really rewarding to get to watch you mix. We will see you guys all next week somehow, some way. Thank y'all for watching. Stick around and watch the outro.
Bye, y'all. I can't hear the song. Is the song playing?
Is it?
I don't hear it.
Okay, I'm working.
Okay, we're gonna get the song going.
We're still here.